What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Andreas Duty Harrison!
It's on for an 11 darter here. That's a ton check out.
Second legs.
He'd expect a couple of visits from here, but he'd like to make certain right here, right now, if he can pin the tops. Yes, he can. Really tin. Really tin! In perfect style!
History has a habit of repeating itself. Can it? Double 12.
He's only going to do it again! He really is the man!
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth as Week 11 gets underway here at the Modus Super Series. We've got two former world champions in action by way of Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett in this Group A. And for the Bontadonis, it's the first time he takes on a Super Series week after playing in a couple of specials weeks. Matthew Edgar is with us once again to look ahead and to analyse all of the action over the course of the next 6 days. And look, Beaton, Burnett, what else could we ask for?
Oh, it's a great lineup, isn't it? And you tend to find as the series comes to a close that you do get these sort of stacked fields, stacked lineups. Everyone's trying to get in. Everyone's vying for a place for Champions Week, of which we've only got 2 tickets left to play for.
Well, let's have a look back at Saturday's action where it was David Davis that won his way through to Champions Week. As you can see there, got the better of Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 1 in the final. Dave was one of those players that went under the radar a little bit going into Saturday. Jimmy and Tom were the big favourites, but when push came to shove, David came up with the answers, didn't he?
He was, and going under the radar was my sort of pre-show synopsis, shall we say, in regards to Saturday night. And when we look at the performance he put in, he was a worthy winner. Not only that, the way in which he did it, the people of which he beat, you've just named them both there in sort of the preview. Tom Sykes, Jimmy Van Schie, 2 of the best players we have here at the Super Series. Certainly if you look at a top 5, most people will put them in. And David Davies beat them both en route to the final. He beat Tom Sykes in the semi, and then Jimmy Van Schie in the final. He didn't just win it, he won it in style.
Well, let's have a look then at the list of players for Champions Week. Now, the players that are in white are guaranteed to play in their respective groups. So Derek Coulson, Scott Campbell, Shane McGurk and Alex Small will all play in Group A. Mervyn King or Jensen Walker will be in either Group A or a later group in the week. So the worst they can do now will be in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Sam Spivey, aka Spivey Man, is definitely in Group B. Devon Peterson and David Davis will have to wait and see whether they'll be playing in that group or they'll be dropping into Group C, where Reece Robinson is confirmed. In terms of that lineup, there really is now a mix and match. It felt like a Champions Week of opportunity at the start, but now you've got the likes of Coulson in there, the likes of King in there, the likes of Peterson, McGurk. There's proper names in there.
And Reece Robinson, who's won many weeks before as well. McGurk, the WWF World Champion, and Mervyn King, who got through on his very first time here. He's a player I think has been a bit unfortunate in regards to even be here, because I think he played well at Q School, just ran into a couple of performances, played well on the Challenge Tour, ran into a few performances. His levels are high. I think Mervyn King's the favourite as things stand.
Well, let's have a look at this week's action then. This is the tournament bracket for the next 6 days. Richie Burnett and Steve Beaton, well, they're the headline names, aren't they, in Group A. Conor Heenahan's had a couple of 9 darters here. He's also made it through to a Champions Week in the past. Group B sees Joe Mernon return, and we'll be seeing him at midnight. Tom Lonsdale, Dan Asprey, 2 very interesting names in Group C. These are how the odds look for the week ahead. Steve Beaton goes off the 5-2 favourite, but is this the type of week where, yes, Steve is the favourite, but there might just be a little bit of value in areas?
There is. I mean, David Evans, 11-1 looks good value. And I think probably is the value plays. Probably where I'm going to go with at the moment, actually. I think he's very good shout at 11-1. At the very, very bottom, Lucas, who we're going to see today, 28-1. He's a better player than that. And I think people that know him, people that are from the area, people that have seen him play, will maybe be looking at that as a little bit of value, maybe have a little play on that one, because I think those odds will come in. He's a better player than what the odds suggest he is.
Steve Beaton's played in a couple of special weeks. The first time he's played in the Super Series week, made it through to the final of the Legends League back in January. Is he the type of player that this year we are expecting to win weeks?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't picked up anything so far. Yes, this is his main first week here. He's the favourite. He'll be the favourite most times he plays here. He was the favourite when he went to the seniors. And that's because he's here by choice. He is the first player in the history of this to be here by choice. And by that I mean, not someone who goes, I don't want to go to Q School, I want to play the Super Series. Steve Beaton could be on the Pro Tour. He would be in the top 64 had he kept his card. He decided to not do it, and he chose to be here, the very first player to do so. And that's why he'll always be the favourite.
Richie Burnett's also here, and I'll warn you, he is in tip-top form as ever. He's going to be playing in our first match of the morning, and I feel horrible asking you a question about Richie Burnett, because let's be honest, Richie don't know what Richie's going to do.
He hasn't got a clue, has he? Which you'll find out in a moment when we see the interview. And I think that's possibly going to be throughout the week as well. I mean, we don't know what he's going to be like on the hockey. We don't know what the results are going to be like. But, I mean, that's why Richie Burnett is so entertaining. Because there's nothing predictable about him, whether it's on the board or on the stage. So the only thing I can really say about Richie Burnett right now is I'm looking forward to seeing him all week.
Should be fun. 18+, gambleaware.org. And as I say, Richie Burnett is in fine form this morning. I caught up with him earlier ahead of his opening assignment against David Evans. And, well, if you like a Richie Burnett catchphrase, well, this might well be the interview for you. Richie, another stint here at the Super Series. First full week of 2025. How much looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I need to practice, but, we can do that in the week, can't I? Yeah, I haven't prepared well, but when I do, I play rubbish, so at least I got an excuse.
You've been here a couple of times this year. That's the best answer to a question I've ever had. You've been here a couple of times this year. You played a couple of specials weeks. How have you found those experiences?
Yeah, they've been good. Good set of lads. I'll fit in anyway, I think. So, yeah, I'm just looking forward to having the game and see where I am. Who knows? You
mentioned obviously you haven't done much in terms of preparation for this. Have you set any goals this week, or are you just going to go out and enjoy it?
That's where I am now. Yeah. If I don't know where the 12 or 20 years after 40 odd years playing, pointless me turning up. So, that's that. You know what I mean?
Let's talk about obviously some of the players you're up against. Obviously, you played Steve a few times this year. You had that experience at the Circus Tavern against one another. What was that like?
No, he's a new sense. He's all right though. He's a nice lad. So no, I never look back. You only look forward. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Steve again. So I'm looking forward to playing the other guys. And may the best man win.
I wish you all the very best, Richie. Good luck today.
Cheers.
Richie Burnett in typically Richie Burnett form ahead of his first match here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His first opponent is David Evans, Stretch, who is still looking for that elusive weekly win to his collection. 8th appearance here up against Burnett, the 58-year-old. Runner-up in Series 8, the Prince of Wales. Looking to claim that first Super Series title. Up against him, David Evans, the 35-year-old from Preston, playing here in North End. 4 times a weekly semi-finalist, but he's looking to stretch his week a couple of steps beyond that, and he'll be hoping to be here in a fortnight's time when he plays at Champions Week, which kicks off on Bank Holiday Monday, April the 21st. Jack Garwood is the man in charge of all of the action. He's going to be officiating all of the sessions over the course of the week. And with us throughout the duration of the 6 days play is going to be primetime Matthew Edgar.
Really looking forward to this week, actually. I think we've got a lot of dynamics, a lot of really interesting stories. David Pallett will be joining us later in the week. He is the player that withdrew from Q School, going into stage number 2. That allowed Adam Lipscomb a place, and Adam Lipscomb then went and got a card and reached a recent Pro Tour final. He was here on Saturday night, enjoying the action, still very much attached to the Modus Super Series. But that is coming up later in the week, and right now we've got lots of question marks early on. David Evans' season hasn't really got going the way he'd have liked it to, but he was sort of my value play 26. This week. Someone who normally is quite successful here at the Super Series and certainly likes these sort of group formats. If you remember back in the very first sort of early days of the Super Series, when it was during COVID, darts at home, when you was playing in your conservatories, your garages and your kitchens, David Evans was the master at that. He is the master of kitchen darts.
Well, COVID came at a time when he was really beginning to reach a peak. Made the quarterfinals of the last ever BDO World Championship at the Indigo at the O2. And from that point, had a very good year playing on what was then called the Icons of Darts League before getting his tour card in 2021. These two have met a couple of times on tour, 1-1 in their respective meetings there.
Richie said to you, if he doesn't know where the treble 20 is after 40 years, well, he certainly knows where it is in the opening leg here. Where the break opportunity presents itself for David Evans, if he can find tops.
90.
Just underneath, and so Richie Burnett dodges a bullet from the man from Preston. But he's looking to press home an advantage in this game, but he's missed a big number, so he's going to have to spurn one here. He's only going to get one dart at a double of choice. And the double of choice is double top.
32.
And that drags low as well. So Evans will come back.
20.
3 darts in hand, a double 10. A lot of wild early darts. Down for double 2. Well, this really is a tentative beginning to things. A lot of darts being strayed wide of wires. Burnett looking at double 10. Getting double 10. And taking the first leg of the week. And it's fair to say that these two will warm up to the task.
Yeah, you tend to find that when you're looking at these early games, that's where it's going to flag itself up. When you've got to move around the board. When you're throwing into a concentrated area like this, throwing at the treble 20, that's fine. We're ready for that. We're warmed up. We're primed for hitting the tons, the 140s. So when you've got to move around a little bit, that tends to just take a little bit more time on these early morning starts. Like we get here on a Monday, Tuesday and a Wednesday.
30.
Yeah, 9:30 starts today, tomorrow Wednesday, before we then split up Groups C and B. Group C will get underway Thursday and Friday afternoon from 1 p.m. Group B, 10 p.m. on Thursday and Friday, all exclusively live on Pluto TV as David Evans piles in the first max of the week.
95.
Good response as well to those disappointing darts at a double for David Evans, where he was really sort of struggling with the height of the throw.
55.
A dominant second leg, leaving Richie Burnett back on the horizon.
66. David, you require 126.
As much time as he needs. Not entertaining the idea of the 19s here, David Evans.
Well, he missed a dart at double top for a ton plus check at the previous leg, and now he's missed a dart at double 18 for the 126. But unlike the previous leg, where Richie Burnett was hot on his tail, he has got the luxury of time to level this one up at one apiece.
81. David, you require
Doesn't he have to go directly
18.
for the double 9 if he doesn't want? There's been a few of these really tired early morning darts from the pair of them.
2.
Low, isn't it? That's the miss at the moment for David Evans. Low and very upright. But he's got the time. He's earned the luxury of the time. Well, that time is reducing drastically here. A maximum visit there for Richie Burnett.
177.
The time
David
is up. The
requires
time is
16.
now.
And so 8 to level this match up. If he doesn't get Burnett, will be back for the break. And that is awkward.
Low and upright.
Game shot on the second leg. David Evans.
Great recovery, though, there for David Evans. Because if we're noticing it this early, he will notice it as well.
Third leg. It's
Just
Richie to throw
sort
first.
of tilting the dart
Game
on
on.
release, which just means that the dart is sticking to the thumb.
Well, the irony for Stretch is he's pulling him too
6.
much. David, last time he was here, it was
94.
actually one of the few occasions he actually failed to get out of the group into Saturday night. It was a Group C campaign back in Series 9, Week 9. That was back in
55.
November. Although, memory serves me right, it was a very, very tough week that he found himself involved in. It was a week which was won by Romeo Gerbovac. Andy Bolton was the runner-up. The
4.
finalists were Dean Finn, Alex Spellman, Martin Turner and Brian Roman. Jensen Walker was also involved in that week, as was James Welding, Thomas Banks, Peter Jakes.
140.
So it was a quality lineup that week. And he was unable to make it out of the Group C on that particular occasion.
100.
We've talked a lot about actions, throws, and what's nice about throws, what's good about throws, what makes a technique nice
100.
and fluent and with rhythm. And then I've looked at the fixture list today and I've realised we're going to watch Conor Heenahan versus Richie Burnett.
The coach's nightmare.
43. David, you require 116.
Evans looking at 116 to get the breaker throw. He's missed a dart at double for ton plus checkouts in the opening 2 legs of this contest. And he's going to get a dart at double top to put things right here.
96.
Always felt like that was going to go low, didn't you, really, with David Evans? He's really struggled with the height of things at the moment, which is something you wouldn't normally associate David Evans with, struggling with a bit of height.
45.
1 from
David, you
8
require 20.
on his doubles so far in this contest. 3 more here to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead.
Game
Double
shot on
10
the
is
third
found.
leg. David Evans.
And David Evans finds himself 2-1 to the good.
Fourth
Richie
leg. It's
Burnett
David to throw
shaking his
first.
head in the background,
Game on.
chewing on his chewing gum, thinking, where else could I be where I could have as much... Well, he's now having a conversation with one of the lighting panels.
100.
He was having a look behind him and he was having a little natter with that little lighting pylon that you can see at the back of the stage.
85.
It's one of those things,
82.
darts, that once you start and you're bitten by the darting bug, you never really let it go. But there are times where you probably wish you could because of all the emotions and at times the misery. I mean, look how close those are.
43.
They are well-thrown darts. They are close on the wire. He gets 43. It causes that anger and frustration. You think, why do I bother? And then you wake up the next day and you go, I'll do it again. And Richie's done that, as he says, for 40 years.
Even when he
85.
says things that may seem like he doesn't enjoy the game, he loves this game.
I think he loves it, but he probably hates that he loves it. He probably wishes it was a little bit
45.
different. Probably wishes at times that he didn't have to start playing darts at 9:30 in the morning against David Evans.
Well, you say that. Back in the days
42.
where these two might have been plying their trade, particularly Richie. Pro Tours were early starts, weren't they? They were, once upon a time, they were kind of, not this early, but They would have been straggling before midday, wouldn't they, once upon a time?
100.
I think in sort of recent times it's been more like 12 o'clock sort of hours, which means traditionally you'll be in the venue for about 9. You need a good 3 hours preparation to make sure you're peaked ready for that first round. It's not like
70.
going to the Scottish Open or the Swedish Open or one of those sort of events where you can actually use the tournament as a bit of a warm-up at times. Those Pro Tours,
26. David, you
those
require
Pro Tours, you're sort of
114.
playing winners from the start as Richie Burnett attempts a bit of sweet chin music on David Evans. It is nearly WrestleMania season, I guess, so Richie Burnett just joining in with the Atmos.
74.
Well, David Evans is thinking the time is now in terms of really stretching a lead in this contest. Tots for 3-1, and it would put him one away for winning the opening match of the week.
127. David, you require 40.
We'll leave you to think what Richie Burnett was saying there. Double 16 for David Evans to open up a 3-1 lead.
24. Richie requires 75.
Well, if you were saying, please, David, give me another opportunity. Those wishes have been granted.
Well, this would be a steal.
Game shot of 4 flag.
And a steal
Richie
it is
Burnett.
for Richie Burnett, and we are back level at 2-2.
5th flag. It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I feel like we need a little box next to the score strap. So whenever Richie isn't seen on the screen, we just have a little box which just follows Richie's every single move
28.
this week.
I can tell you as well, it's hard to play. It is hard to play.
I don't know what you mean, Matt.
It's very distracting. I remember playing Richie
59.
myself on a Pro Tour event, and it was like this, but it was very animated, very vocal. And I ended up just saying to the referee, I says, could we just get the board official down, just so
43.
it can watch over this? It's very distracting. And then he accused me of interrupting the game and asked if he would like me to put a swear box down for him.
125.
Quality, isn't it? Quality.
Well, put it this way, regardless of whether Richie Burnett is playing well or vice versa,
43.
you're always going to get entertained when this man is on the hockey. I can tell you a little story about Richie from the previous studio in Southampton, where obviously back then it was invitation only,
100.
the oldie livey leaguey. And Richie Burnett turned up one time and he said, I think you only hire me for my manoeuvres.
100.
Played some really good stuff back in the old gaff.
$45.
Well, that is actually an ideal dart there for Richie Burnett. Sat beautifully.
140.
Halves his score, gets first down to a finish in a leg that was all about David Evans here. It's very easy to get distracted, isn't it, by Richie Burnett, because the eye draws to the antics, but
86.
there's also
Richie
some
require
points on the line here.
147.
Looking at the 147. It was John Higgins, wasn't it, yesterday that won the Tour Championship in snooker, winning his 33rd
91.
ranking event
Richie
title.
require 86.
I suppose Richie Burnett's another class of the 90s player, isn't he? Evans now looking for treble 15. Treble 19 would leave double 14, but Evans is very much a tops man.
It's that first start that caused the problem
34.
there for David Evans. Had
Richie
he just
required
stayed in the
56.
18 corridor, could have had a dart at the bullseye with a single. But he's done it again, Richie Burnett, missing the big number. Will get a dart at the double.
40.
Needs more.
David, you require 52.
Presenting an opportunity to David Evans to re-break the throw. And I like that play from David Evans.
36.
Doesn't find the double eight, but
Richie
big fan of that treble
16.
12. We'll get to that in a moment. As Richie Burnett a chance to hold his throat, put himself a leg away from the first 2 points of this
Sean,
Group
fifth
A
leg,
campaign.
Richie Burnett.
The reason I like that treble 12 is because it focuses. It gives you that aim small, miss small. If you go for the
Sixth
treble
leg,
12 and you hit
it's
the
David
single,
to throw
great.
first.
Still go dark tops.
Game on.
But how many times do we see players almost just throw a dart in the area of a big number, expecting to hit it, and end up missing? We've seen Richie Burnett do it twice in this game.
100.
I believe something that Fallon Sherrick also does.
Now, we speak about
121.
Champions Weeks, don't we? Now, Richie Burnett was actually the first ever winner of a Champions Week back in Southampton. Now, the first phase was just 8 weeks, and you just played league tables over 8 weeks, and just people just won their weeks, and they got their appearance fees. And there wasn't too much kind of jeopardy initially amongst competition, as it was a trial phase to see whether this would last the course, and it most definitely has. But the second phase, when we
45.
knew that this was going to be a full-time, burgeoning thing, well, Richie Burnett was the first ever winner of a Champions Week. He would beat Sean McDonald, the Punisher,
82.
in the final of that back in Southampton.
$140.
They were interesting days, those days, that's for sure.
$99. $60. David, you require 160.
2 treble 20s for tops for David Evans to take us all the way. Beautiful. Inviting.
Well, he's had a lot of darts, a lot of
Richie require
opportunities at Tub Plus finishes, but
135.
once again, he's unable to take it out. And so Burnett to bring the curtain down on the match. And he's got a perfect guide for the ball if he can find the treble 20 here. Bullseye for the win. Bullseye to
Great
seal
shot
it in
and the
style.
match.
It was
Richie
hard
Burnett.
work at times with Richie Burnett. He puts his arm up by way of apology, but it was a spurt towards the end which has seen the Prince of Wales kick his week off with victory against David Evans. Animated as ever, Richie Burnett will not just bring great darts, but he'll also provide great entertainment. Not often does a game which features an average of 76.95 bring that kind of entertainment, but that is exactly what Richie Burnett does when he is on an hockey. He's beaten David Evans by 4 legs to 2 to kick the week off. Coming up next, Steve Beaton on his Super Series debut up against Jason Heaver. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw the first game of the week come to a close, and it was Richie Burnett that sealed a 4-2 victory against David Evans, doing so for an average just under 77, 4 out of 6. And it came to the doubles, and he rounded things off with a 1-3-5 on the bullseye. Next up for us, a meeting between Jason Heaver and Steve Beaton. The Bronze Adonis has been here a couple of times. There's one of our players you can see there in the Legends League, also played at Double Job. But the first time he's having a crack at a regular Super Series week. The 61-year-old now, having just celebrated his birthday, up against Jason Heaver, the 50-year-old from Newbury, nicknamed Tsunami. And he's hoping to make a splash on the Super Series stage this week. For Steve, there's not many times where we can say that he makes debuts in competitions. We were able to say it at the World Seniors. And even though he's been here a couple of times, it's the first time he has played in a regulation Super Series week.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And on paper and CV, he's got his hands full here with Jason Heaver. Jason Heaver, a player who's qualified for the World Championship and the Players' Championship Finals as a PDC
100.
Tour card holder. But that a couple of years back, and a couple of years is a long time in sport, and we look at his results that he had at Q School, they haven't quite matched up with the performances he played on the tour, and he's sort of looking for a little bit of inspiration here at the Super Series. But instantly there is a sign of what I saw when I was watching the players prepare earlier. I said to you, didn't I, Henry? I'm not enjoying the way Jason Heaver's darts are landing. They're landing at different angles, which tells me he doesn't have control over the tungsten. And if you're not controlling the dart, how can you control exactly where the dart's going to go? Kicking in at different angles. That's something we'll keep an eye on throughout. But then, perfect. A great start for Heaver.
Dropped off the tour at the end of 2022, did Jason Heaver. And I didn't see too much from him in the years thereafter. The end to his Pro Tour stint wasn't a kind one. Won just 3 matches in his last 6 months in Players' Championship events. His last win actually came against Gabriel Clemens back in November 2022. Steve Beaton looking for a done-topping start. He's not going to find the 1-2-1.
50,
so Heaver will return looking at 156 to get an opening leg breaker throw.
He'll be hoping coming back into this sort of environment, a more professional environment, that he'll start to find those levels again. And it can just click on like a switch.
116.
This is a quality start.
64.
12 darts thrown. One of them was on the floor. He's down to a double. Will he get a go at it? No, Steve Beaton says.
Steve Beaton.
Full control for the Bronze Adonis. 5 visits to the board, and it's leg on the board.
Second leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
Well, that is what you expect from Steve Beaton. Legs to be taken out in 15 darts or less. And that is the kind of standard you yourself are going to have to play at if you're going to have any chance of beating this guy. Now, these two never met on the Pro Tour during Jason's stint as a tour card holder. Not quite sure what happened in terms of meetings and maybe Euro Tour qualifiers, stuff like that. But in actual Players' Championship play, they never face one another. But I'm sure having spent years on the circuit with one another, they'll be all too aware of each other's games.
Oh, you certainly are. Anytime you're on the Pro Tour, you're aware of every single player in that room.
121.
You have to be. For 2 years, they are going to be trying to take what you've got. In Steve Beaton's sense, they didn't take it off him. He gave it them. One of the rare players to ever hand back their tour card.
85. Jason, you require 161.
You have a look at 161 to level up for one apiece.
There's a quiz question for you. I know you like those sort of things, Henry.
What, tungsten teasers?
85. Steve, you require
Have a think at home.
115.
Who are the players that's ever handed back tour cards?
Well, being here looking at 115. And now looking at double 18 for the
Yeah, Sean, the
115
second
and a
leg,
2-0
Steve
lead.
Beaton.
This is a superb start from Steve Beaton. 2 legs 1, 2 from 2 on the doubles,
Third
a
leg,
15
it's
and a
Steve to throw
12.
first. Game on.
And Jason Heifer here is averaging 110 and hasn't even had a dart at a double yet.
81.
Well, I said he'd probably enjoy and relish the opportunity of playing back in this professional environment. He might not like how it's going, though.
100. $96. 100. 44.
You're an intelligent guy, aren't you, Henry?
Sometimes.
So, Jason Heaver's nickname's
40.
Tsunami. Oh, and if you say that's Tsunami, why is there a T at the front of it?
60.
I don't know. It's just how it's said.
I don't know if it was on those rules, you know, like I before E sort of thing, you know, T before Tsunami.
140. 78. Jason, you require 121.
Even looking at 1-2-1 to get the breaker throw in to return the game to 2-1. And he went 25 with dart 2 to leave himself on double 18.
81. Steve, you require 142.
Leaves himself on tops. And he's going to get a look at it. And the way he's played in this game, he's deserved a look
60.
at something like this, free in
Jason, you
hand.
require
And
40.
to get himself on the board, to get his first leg here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Double top for Jason Heaver.
Game
Double
shot
top
on the
found.
third leg. Jason
Back
Heaver.
in the match. And that's a break back.
Well, it's the break back, but
Full
he's got to
flag.
do
It's
it
Jason to
again
throw
to beat
first.
Steve Beaton.
Game on.
Because Beaton given the darts today. Jason Heaver will have them in the return fixture tomorrow.
100.
One of the formats where the throw is actually assigned rather than earned. Anytime you watch darts, normally on broadcasted events, there's a ball up that happens backstage. We do that in the final game. That's the only game at the Super Series of which the throw is not already predetermined.
108.
Every player will get as close to equal opportunities on throw. They'll definitely have one game on and one game off the throw against an opponent. And then Wednesday's schedule is split down the middle. So some players will get maybe we'll get one more game with throw, one game less than throw. That's just the way an odd number group works out. But it's set up and designed to be as equal as physically possible. And Thursday and Friday, of course, everything flip-flops. And Saturday, every player will have the throw in one game, and then you earn the right to have the throw by topping your group in the semi-finals. The only match of the week that has a pull up here is the final. Beaton here, threatening the break of throw. If Heaver cannot find the 161, treble 17. Yes, bullseye. Doesn't go, and Beaton's got an opportunity to really stamp his authority on the game. 2 darts at double top to open up a 3-1 lead. And that is his second 12-darter of the match.
You can just tell Steve Beaton just really enjoying his darts these days, isn't he? And managed to have a good couple of conversations with Steve Beaton since coming off the Pro Tour. And he actually informs me, as I'd imagine, that he is more busy now than ever. Simon Whitlock was here last week and he said he's busier now than he has been in the last 10 years.
123.
Not due to the popularity of darts now, the demand for exhibitions, and the fact that now players can sort of book their diaries up. Before, Steve Beaton would have got his diary and gone, I can't take a booking on that date because I might qualify for a European tour. I can't take a booking on that date because of this or that. Now, when you clear the schedule and say, Steve, what do you want to do? All of a sudden, you can just fill it with bookings and dates and exhibitions and Super Series and seniors darts.
Well, you could be smarter now, can't you? Because the whole 1-8 tour card system will not take on exhibitions on certain dates. If they know there's a Euro tour that weekend, they probably won't book exhibitions in. And so for somebody like Steve and Simon and Mervyn, they can take advantage of those particular dates, and they're still very much in-demand players.
Let's give a little bit of insight as well. The contract of a PDC tour card holder will not allow them to do certain exhibitions on certain dates. For example, if there's a big major event on, let's say in Blackpool, there is a radius around the Winter Gardens that you're not allowed to perform in.
Double top.
Game shot on the 5th flag.
14 darter of Jason Heaver's own. Brings it back to 3-2. But the problem Jason's got is the 2 legs he has won have been breaker throws. He needs to hold here. And then he'll need to find a third break in the deciding leg if we get there.
$135. $140.
But Steve's definitely in that happy place now where, for him, he's done the hard work in his career.
95.
He's done it for 30 years. Now in his 60s, you don't blame him for wanting to, well, I say settle down. He's played 3 of these weeks this year. I'm not sure whether that's entirely settling down to task, but he's earned the right to be selective as to how he wants to play his darts, how he wants to almost see out his career.
96. $85. $137. Steve, you require 151.
Triple 17 leads double top for the match.
111.
Just over the bar.
Jason, you require 38.
Another big finish to win the match. Richard Burnett winning the last match with a 135 finish. This one going all the way. And those early worries I had about Jason Heaver in regards to where his darts were landing, how they was landing, the way he was warming up and preparing.
Game on.
He's putting those worries to bed very early.
100.
Refining the quality that he was showing when he was on the Pro Tour, because I was on the Pro Tour at the same time when Jason Heaver was there, and I can tell you now the conversations that was going around was that this man is dangerous.
$61. $45. $99.
Well, this has been a superb contest. Beaton averaging in excess of 95. Heaver in his debut match,
120.
averaging 102.5, and it may not even be good enough against the Bronze Adonis, who, when he's played well, has played really well. Couple of 12 darters, 15
42.
darter for the Phoenix is one in this contest, but big score here for Jason, and this leg is perhaps open for interpretation. If he hits a maxi, he's the favourite for the leg.
140.
And that's where that bounce out really does come into play. Even a single 20, 1-2-1, significantly easier than the 1-4-1. If he is to lose this match from here, he would put down that dart as being a key moment, but it may not be.
Couldn't find the treble 19, and so Steve Beaton's got
64.
the chance to pounce. 64 for the match. He's going to have a dart at double 16 to win it.
Jason, you require
Dart at
52.
double 16 goes a begging.
2 match darts missed now for the Bronze Adonis. He may get no more.
Game shot.
Because
and the
Jason
match,
Heaver has
Jason Heaver.
pinned double top to seal a comeback victory against Steve Beaton, averaging 102.77 on his Super Series debut. What a contest that was. A delightful watch. Steve Beaton raced into a 3-1 lead in that contest with a couple of 12 darters, but Jason Heaver kept at a high level throughout, pipping Beaton at the post. Coming up after the break, Conor Heenahan against Lucas Wachowski.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jason Heaver got the better of Steve Beaton by 4 legs to 3 to get his Group A campaign up and running. Next up for us, it's our third game of the group, and it is a meeting between Conor Heenahan of the Republic of Ireland and Lukas Wachlowski of Poland. Conor, a man who has hit a couple of 9-darters here. He's also won a weekly title in the past, as Hino. 26 years of age from round 4 in the Republic of Ireland. Series 7, Week 2 winner. Up against Wachlowski, 44 years of age from Warsaw, nicknamed the Hound. And he will be hoping to be getting his claws stuck in on the action here in this Week 11 of Series 10. For Lukas, what an opportunity it is for him to play here at the Super Series, to play in front of a crowd. There has already been big game competition involving Lukas in the past. He played at the World Masters back in 2024. And to give you a little bit more insight into how he got on in that particular competition, I hand over to my esteemed colleague, Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, I actually played him, didn't I? I didn't even realise until this morning. So, yeah, that was quite an interesting one. It's not just that, though. He's played in a couple of World Masters before, 2018 and 2019. He also played in the Poland Darts Masters. Remember when the World Series rolled into Poland as well? He put a good performance in then against Gerwyn Price, losing out 6 legs to 3. I think he's one of those players that when we look at certainly debutants here at the Super Series, and when we look at the odds of Lukas Wachlowski, who is certainly the biggest outsider of them all, I think he's a lot better than that suggests.
Just a slight delay to the beginning of this particular contest between Heenahan and Wachlowski. Both players are just throwing some extra practice darts on the stage before getting underway. And by the looks of Conor Heenahan's face, I think he has just hit a 180 in practice. He'll be hoping to save then for the real thing. A couple of technical problems at this present moment in time, which we are persevering to get fixed. But I suppose what it does do is it gives us an opportunity to look ahead to the week, and we'll do that in a little bit more detail in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to get underway in the meeting between Conor Heenahan and Lucas Wachlowski. A little bit of a delay to this one, but everything is good to go now as the Irishman takes on the Pole in the final game from the first round of fixtures on this Monday morning. So far today, we've seen a 4-2 victory for Richie Burnett against David Evans and a 4-3 victory for Jason Heaver against Steve Beaton. And what a performance that was from Jason. 102.77 was his average. 4 out of 7 when it came to his finishing. Steve Beaton played well himself. 93.94. He was in a 3-1 lead in that particular match before relinquishing that advantage to lose in a last leg decider. But the question is, what are we going to see from Conor Heenahan in this Group A campaign? Because the last time he was here, it was a fairly dramatic affair, wasn't it, Matt? He was involved in that incredible group with Tavis Dudney, where he needed to win to go through. If he lost, he'd go home. And him and Tavis, between the pair, missed a whole host of match darts. Conor would go on to lose that match and would go on to lose his spot into Saturday. One of, well, the only occasion, in fact, he's failed to qualify for Saturday night here at the Super Series. His 10th appearance here. He's played in every single series so far. 8 finals from those 9 appearances. But for the first time, he's coming here off the back of a little bit of a disappointment.
21.
Vulnerable, I think, is the best way to put things at the moment in regards to Conor Heenahan. When we look at his Challenge Tour, went over to Hildesheim recently for events number 5 to 10. The best he was able to do there was a last 64. That is out of 5 events he played in the PDC UK Open Amateur qualifiers. Again, early defeats. Challenge Tours at the start of the year, best he managed, the last 32. Conor Heenahan is better than that. UK Q School, second stage, didn't happen for him.
123.
Didn't get any points. Last 64, the best we saw from him there. Again, we know Conor Heenahan is better than that, but not producing it as of yet. And maybe this is a moment you can look at as a bit of a turnaround opportunity for himself.
45. Conor, you require 152.
So 6 darts on 152 for Heenahan to get his week up and running. Another one of them. Leaves himself double 16.
120.
That would have got him off to the best possible start.
$60. Conor, you require 32.
He's got 6. And this is why double 16 is not helpful for Conor, because the way his darts go in, a couple missed on the outside can be awkward, and you could see that with the direction of where dart 3 went. Been a nervous start for Lucas, who was here at the Be of the Bang this morning, was the first player to practice on the stage.
That's a sensible approach as well from Lucas. When you're coming into something as debut, get here early. Be aware of everything. Know your surroundings. Know where your comforts are.
Lucas to throw first. Game on.
But I tell you what, watching the action of Lucas, not for the first time in my life, may I add, doesn't it feel a little bit Darius Labanauskas?
You having flashbacks again?
I'm getting chills.
125.
Are they multiplying? Carry on, because I won't carry on because I might lose control.
$45.
Are you finished yet, or?
Well, if I carry on, I might get sued by the makers of Greece, so let's leave it there.
100.
But victory is the word that Conor Heenahan's looking for this week. It's been a year since his only weekly title, that coming back in Series 7 Week 2. And he won what was probably
43.
the toughest week of that particular series. We both did that week together, Matt, and we both thought the quality that time was absolutely exceptional.
84.
He beat Andy Bolton in the final. Justin Smith and Danny Jansen were the semi-finals. Carlo Van Peer and David Armstrong made the quarterfinals. And the players that missed out, Mike Norton, Lee Cox, Derek Coulson,
100.
Jack Mail, Louis Williams, and a man who's already into this Champions Week in Alex Small.
60.
Would make it through to Champions Night at that particular Champions Week, but it would be Andreas Harrison that would go on to lift that title, courtesy of that famous 121 checkout.
32.
Very alert and engaged, isn't he, Lucas McCloskey? Just watching him at the back of the stage there, peering over the shoulder of Conor Heenahan. There's a lot you can take from players' mannerisms
95.
and how they approach a game.
100.
And that tells me that he could become very reactive to play, which means he wouldn't enjoy seeing shots like this go in for Conor Heenahan to break the throw.
Game shot on his second leg. Conor Heenahan.
That is the third ton plus checkout we've already seen this morning. Conor Heenahan pinning the ton on the nose.
Third
To
leg.
get the breaker
Conor
throw
to
in to
first.
open up a
Game
2-0
on.
lead in this contest.
59.
Is this different for Lucas? I know he's played Going Price at the Poland Darts Masters, but I suppose that's all a little
44.
bit of a free hit, isn't it, for him? Is this a little bit different in the respect of you're coming on a big stage and you know that you're
100.
at an equal kilter with your opponents?
Yeah, I mean, he has got some big named opponents, hasn't he? Certainly over the last year. You know, you mentioned Gerwyn Price, you know, Matt Edgar, you know, he's had some big opponents over the
140.
recent 12 months. And, you know, you think that would be good experience for him, certainly, to come here. But I exactly agree with what you're saying. In those games, you're sort of
38.
punching up, aren't you? Where here you're sort of side-swiping. You're in a competition. You're in a competition that you've qualified for. You're here and you feel like you can compete. We know he can compete. We've seen the level in him.
7.
But he's not demonstrating it here. I actually think from what I've seen of him, he's going to get better. I'm certain he's going to get better as the week
70.
goes on. He's going to apply himself very well. But what we're seeing here is potentially he's going to be one of those players that needs to settle. I think this is your traditional struggles in Group A,
44.
rivals, maybe even qualifies for a Group C type campaign.
$140.
Well, Conor kind of pitched the same path as Lucas in the fact that back in Southampton we had a set of qualifiers to bolster up the
57.
player
Conor,
pool
you
that we
require
had.
94.
He won that and he made an instant impact. Actually came over with his brother Martin and has been just a mainstay here at the Super Series ever
70.
since. Very much the tournament and the competition which has made his name.
$100. Conor, you require 24. Game shot on the third leg. Conor Heenahan.
Well, Heenahan pins that double 12 to open up a 3-0 lead, and he's in full control of this particular
Fourth
match.
leg,
Now,
it's Lucas to throw first. Game on.
Lucas has actually got Sebastian Białecki to thank for being here at the Super Series this week, because at the end of 2024, the top 4 players on the Eastern European Darts Festival Order of Merit in the ADC were given invitations to play here at the Super Series. Now, because
45.
Białecki went on to top that particular Order of Merit and get on and get a tour card, then that obviously then extends down to the next best player. Now, Lucas finished 5th on that particular order of merit. And so that is how he's got his invitation to this particular tournament. Bioretsky absolutely dominated that tour. He won 3 of the 5 events. The others were won by Titus Kanik. He did lose in event 5 in the final, did Lucas.
41.
He loses to Sebastian Bioretsky, who averaged 79 against him. Beat Alexander Masek, Sasha Masek, who we saw here earlier on in the series. But it looks like it's going to be an opening defeat here to the hands of Conor Heenahan, who may not be demonstrating that he's the man just yet, but he's been the dominant force in this opening encounter of the week.
It's comfortable, isn't it, for Conor Heenahan? This is exactly what he'd have wanted to have started his campaign, because it's not going to get any easier for him from here. Jason Heaver, his next opponent, a player who was just exceptional on debut with 102 average. Doesn't need to start on the bullseye here, Conor Heenahan, but wants to, even though that is a little bit awkward.
100.
Ton leaves himself on 32 to get this game wrapped up with, well, a little matter of fuss, if the truth be told. Average of 82. Lucas, in his debut game, has had a couple of struggles, but I'm sure we will see better levels of him
45.
as the week progresses.
But
it looks like the Hound Dog's going to be silenced by Hino. Double 16s found for a comprehensive 4-0 victory for Conor Heenahan against Lucas Wachowski. Heenahan on the board with a 4-0 win. That completes the first round of matches. Coming up after the break, David Evans takes on Steve Beaton. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Conor Heenahan got his campaign up and running with a 4-0 win against Lucas Wachlowski. Our second round of fixtures kick off with a meeting between David Evans and Steve Beaton. For Steve, he lost out 4-3 in his opener against Jason Heath, whereas David Evans also lost his opening match 4-2 to Richie Burnett. These two have met once on the professional circuit. That was a meeting in Players' Championship 9 of 2021. And it was Steve Beaton that run out a 6-4 winner on that particular occasion. But it is the man from Preston that'll get us underway, David Evans. And kick us off with a treble to start.
100.
Henry, my sources have given us some amazing information today. One bit of information is about Richie Burnett. I'll save that and share that in the next game because he's up against Lucas Wachlowski. So we'll leave that till Richie Burnett's on the stage.
58.
But one of them is about David Evans. And I agree with the source here. And the source is quite a handy word to say here because he was leaving County yesterday around about 5:30 to head to the Super Series. He stopped for some food on the way, Henry.
100.
He had a cheeseburger and chips. He had them separated into different boxes. Cheeseburger in one box and the other with some curry sauce. And then covered it
108.
in spicy mayo, despite the fact it already had curry on it. David, that is an abomination.
45.
Who's your source? Heinz.
47.
Being looking for an 11 dart breaker throw to kickstart the match, and that is superb from the bronzed Adonis. He had a couple of 12 darters in his opening game. That's the third time he's completed a leg in 4 visits, in 4 legs that he's won today.
I think that joke would have worked better if you'd said daddies.
97.
Let's swiftly move on, shall we?
I can tell you the Richie Burnett story is so much better.
85.
It is so classic Richie Burnett.
Is there such a thing as a boring Richie Burnett story?
59.
Yeah, it's one where he doesn't turn up, which is quite ironic, actually, because it's kind of in line with the other story. Something to look forward to there. Richie Burnett cliffhanger.
85. 100.
I suppose with David Evans, it's kind of been the same sort of start to the year that Conor Heenahan's had, hasn't it? Where we might expect a little bit more than what we're getting from him.
40. 42.
Fair to say that Steve Beaton looks fresh today. Looks really up for the task.
You'll probably be surprised, as maybe we all was, that he lost that opening game because he came out of the traps flying, didn't he? Running well over the 100 average after the first couple of legs. Jason Heaver stuck to the task, rose the levels, came out the victor.
43. Steve require 109.
Yes, that is in, Steve. 49 left.
93.
He leaves it handy on return. David Evans can't do anything from the 186.
So Beaton will come back looking at double 8 to double up his advantage in the contest. But if you remember his match against Jason Heath, he had a couple of legs lead on a couple of occasions and let that slip. But he'd be hoping to preserve this one in this contest.
I mean, let's be very straight with this. He was tuning up against Jason Heaver, but at the time Jason Heaver was averaging 110. David Evans, nowhere near that level. In fact, 39 points below the level of which Jason Heaver was playing at the
96.
point of which Steve Beaton was 2-0 up. So essentially that's where the comparisons end.
140.
Steve, it'll be all about trying to win Group A if he possibly can. Last time he was here, he mentioned in interviews that playing the full 5 days and
90,
then
sir.
getting through to the Saturday night, a little bit of tiredness did begin to creep in.
96.
Wins Group A on Wednesday. He'll head back up to the Midlands, enjoy a couple of days at home, and then head back in good time for Saturday night's final. At least that's what he did
52.
when he won Group A at the Legends League back in January, where he had a fair few pulsating matches against Neil Duff.
133.
Them two have already gone head-to-head 9 times this year on this stage alone. Well, Beaton hit 6 starts and 1-3-2 to get the double break and open up a 3-0 lead in this contest. Double 6. Just on the inside. But David Evans not on a finish. This double 3 could get a little bit dodgy.
Well, he's on a finish now. He's on a very good one. A maximum there for David Evans to leave himself on the double 8. Should he return?
Madhouse.
No score.
Just underneath.
David, you
And
require
that's the
16.
perils of double 3. And so David Evans, who's been a bystander in this leg, a bystander in this match, gets his first darts at a double in the contest. And now he's searching down for double 2. Doesn't
14.
get.
Steve requires
There was a
6.
problem for David Evans, wasn't there, in the last game? 2 from 14, but that could be tricky. No surprise to see Steve switching there. Switch of the target with success. The first dart standing up to attention, blocking the target. Went for a bit of safety. Gets the double breaker throw.
Game on.
I'm not sure he quite knew it, did he? Just sort of stood at the back of the stage, so he knew our referee Jack Garwood called to the hockey.
81.
I suppose then you get a little bit of a bonus, don't you, when it's you?
Well, sometimes you find yourself so far in the zone, you actually forget what is happening around you. When those sorts of things happen, it's one of two extremes, isn't it? You're either too focused that you don't know what's going on, or you've completely lost concentration and you just do not know where you are at any particular moment.
It's the best place to be. When you can just sort of
140.
move to that subconscious mind. It's like when you drive your car. You don't think about checking the mirrors, you just do it. You don't think about when to change gear.
60.
It's all in that subconscious. And ultimately, if you was to ask, how did you feel? What was it like when you played your best darts? Not a clue. Can't tell you how I held it, how I stand, what I thought, because it was just brain off and engage.
44.
Autopilot.
140.
Well, Steve Beaton 6 on 140 to win this game, and to win this game quite comprehensively. David Evans had an opportunity in the previous leg to bring it back to 2-1, but Beaton, with tops left after 12, should see this game through with a minimum of fuss.
100. Steve require 40.
For the match, and for a comprehensive 4-0 victory. That second one bends the wire.
20.
That third one doesn't find a way in, but he has again time on his side.
It's drama-free in regards to getting the result. It'll just be a little bit frustrating for Steve that it's going to take a bit longer than he would have hoped.
125. Steve required 20. Game shot.
And that
and the
is
match,
a 4-0
Steve
win
Beaton.
for Steve Beaton. Average of in excess of 91, basically playing to his seasonal numbers in that particular contest. And it was just too much for David Evans, who will be the first to admit that he was off the pace in that particular contest. Beaton with an average of 91.09, 4 from 14 on the doubles, a 4-0 winner against David Evans. Coming up after the break, Lucas Wachlowski takes on Richie Burnett.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Steve Beaton sealed a 4-0 win against David Evans. That gets the Bronze Adonis on the board for the week. Game 5 is a meeting between Lucas McCloskey and Richie Burnett. For Richie, he's looking for his 2nd win in as many matches after getting a 4-2 success against David Evans in the first round's worth of games, whilst Lucas McCloskey, well, he's looking to get a first leg on the board after losing 4-0 to Conor Heenahan in his opener. A nervy beginning to his week, but that, well, that's just a little bit more like it for Lucas.
Also makes you wonder as well how much that little bit of a disturbance would have affected the performance of McCloskey, because he went up on the stage for the first time. There was a bit of a technical error, which just meant he was waiting a bit longer. Could have just broken the rhythm, the concentration, and ultimately just built up anxiety a little bit more, where now he's had a game on the stage. He's not been in the back room for too long, so there's not been too much time to ponder and overthink things. So even the fixtures could be working out quite well for him. The only downside here is against a quality operator in Richie Burnett, and a player who, again, could quite easily take him out of his comfort zones because of the theatrics, shall we say, of Richie.
You know, I've spoken to Craig Galliano about this, the Gibraltarian who played here at the Super Series, and he had, well, it was a bit more extreme in his case. He was warming up and then didn't play for another 2 hours because there was a power surge in the area the whole system, the whole circuit went down in a mile radius, and so we had to wait 2 hours to get the games back underway. And he said it just completely offset him for the rest of the night, because you expect your David to be this, that, the other, and when something don't quite go to plan, because you're inexperienced, you don't know how to deal with it.
No doubt we'll see more from McCloskey than what we saw in the opening game. He's someone I think is a lot better than the odds suggest.
65.
Certainly going to cause a couple of problems for people as the week goes on.
Right, it's Richie Burnett that's causing the problems in the opening leg. 12 darts down to 96.
60. Richie required
for a breaker throw at the earliest possible opportunity. He's going to have a dart at double 8.
80.
He's on the inside, and so McCloskey's going to get
137.
his first not just leg but dart at double here. And he's going to have to find a couple of trebles, which isn't going to happen, and so Burnett will return for double 4 to take leg 1.
45. Richie require 8. Game shot on the first leg.
Finds
Richie
a double
Burnett.
4 to take the opening. He was decent on his doubles, was Richie. It was actually the scoring power which let him down at times in his meeting with David Evans at the beginning of the session.
Game on.
Burnett was 4 from 6 on his doubles in his opening match, including a checkout of 135.
45.
Where is Richie Burnett at now? Are we at the period where maybe he can have some success, but we're at the period where we have to cherish as much as we see of him as possible?
60.
Well, the answer to your first question, where's Richie Burnett right now? He's in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The second part, quite speculative in regards to Richie Burnett. I think Richie Burnett's going to play this game till he physically cannot do it anymore. Whatever level that is. Richie Burnett strikes me as the sort of player who, even if he couldn't cut it to the level here at the Super Series anymore, or the seniors, I reckon you're still going to find him down your local on local darts and dominoes night. I think he'll forever play this game. He's bitten by the darting bug. And at times can still play it so well. He's averaging 90 here in the early goings.
Much better offering than what he provided in his first match, although he did say that he was lacking practice going into this, so perhaps no surprise
60.
that we'll probably see the best of Richie Burnett as time goes along.
45.
Certainly, till that point, a more controlled performance. I hadn't seen any of the mannerisms which definitely were in play in his opening match against David.
$140.
Nice find for Lucas to half the score.
$97. Lucas, you require 141.
Now McCloskey looking at 141 to level the scores up at 1 apiece. Not to be, and so Burnett will be back looking at 74 to
82.
open up a 2-0 lead without hardly breaking sweat. 20 for tops. Missed the big number. So Lucas McCloskey here
34.
should get his first darts at a double
59.
on the Live Lounge stage. And it's a dart at double top. And it's tops that he gets to break back. And that is Lucas's first leg on the board here at the Live Lounge. Much to the dismay and the head shake of Richie Burnett, who now goes and has a team talk with the speaker.
And what will that do for Lucas? Well, he seems to be settling straight down into the task now.
140.
Richie Burnett, the frustration will come because not just missing the big number, that is the third time already today which he has missed the big number. And this only the early
140.
goings of match number 2. You feel if he's going to play a part this week with the likes of Steve Beaton in the mix, kind of Heenan, David Evans, with those sort of quality operators around here in this Group 8, you cannot afford to be slipping up on big numbers to the regularity at the moment that Richie is. And he knows that, which is where that frustration just boils over a touch. But look at the difference here in Lucas. Now he's got a leg on the board.
Confidence does some amazing things to the human body.
46.
And sadly, from looking as if it was going to go 2-0 down and perhaps look a bit swept aside in this contest, he now looks favourite to open up a 2-1 lead, although that is a big treble there for Richie at the end of that particular turn.
$40. $100.
Again, Burnett picks off a treble of his last start to leave himself on 101 after 12 to get the breaker throw and open up a 2-1 lead.
$60. Richie require 101.
So Burnett 101. Treble 15 because he loves double 18, and he's hit a 9 darter in the previous studio
45.
in Southampton
Lucas
by finding
require
that particular double.
120.
Lucas looking at 120. Found the treble, it's double top. For a big un.
80.
But over the top
Richie
it goes, and
require
Burnett will come
56.
back for 56 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead in the contest. Double top.
Game shot on the third
Burnett
leg.
2-1
Richie
up.
Burnett.
Burnett breaks. 3 legs played, 3 breaks a throw.
Fourth leg. It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Be interesting, wouldn't it, to do a couple of things with Richie Burnett. First of all, put one of those
100.
step counters on him to see how many more steps he does compared to everybody else on the hockey. And I think the second thing would be to put a heart rate monitor on Richie Burnett. That could make some interesting content.
59.
Let's be honest, anything that features Richie Burnett will be worth a watch.
Oh, I've got one even better.
Go on.
Let's put a microphone on him.
Sound operator's going to have fun.
40.
Put this way, there would be a bleep machine probably needed for that. Feel like when I say certain phrases, there should be a little bleeper in the background, shouldn't there, somewhere? I know, every single time I mention, you know, Connor Scut, say, for example, or
60.
certain other catchphrases. Like the blue touch paper being lit, or something like that.
$45.
I'll tell you the other one, Live Lounge in Portsmouth, that's got a tally going on it. You're on 7 already.
I mean, it is the arena we're playing in.
100.
Not as if I'm shoehorning it in for no reason whatsoever.
Setup visit here for Burnett. Lucas down to a finish after 12. Much improved performance here from Lucas. So much so that he's actually playing 14 points above the average of the first
Lucas
game.
require 157.
Much more competitive.
$57. Richie
Rounds it
require
off nicely.
101.
Richie Burnett won his opening game with a 135 finish. He should. He does get a dart at a double for the 101.
Game
Better
shot
from
of
Richie
full
Burnett.
flag, Richie Burnett.
And I think for me, the heart-in-mouth moment for Richie Burnett there would have been the big
Fifth flag,
9.
it's Lucas to throw
Because
first.
that's where the mistakes have been lying.
Game up.
Well, that maybe has lit up the blue touch paper for Burnett. And he even gets a congratulatory handshake from the speaker.
125. $100. $100.
I think the impressive thing here about the performance of Lucas is the lack of panic. Because that first performance was so far off what he's capable of that to come back out just after a game's worth of waiting time and produce a much more improved performance where he's rivaling against Richie Burnett, I think shows some real good character here.
Well, he's showing signs of more competitiveness, isn't he, Lucas, in this particular contest? And if he can bring it back to 3-2, he's at least asked the question of Richie Burnett. He's forced him to serve the contest out.
59. $140.
That 140, he's left himself on a 2-darter after 12 to bring it back to 3-2. And in fairness, these two, in terms of the averages, are just meeting a little bit more in the middle now. Just a point between the pair. Low 80s
Lucas requires
for them
76.
both. And McCloskey's got 6 darts here from 76 to bring it back to 3-2. 19 will be the destination with dart 2.
33.
Hasn't cleaned it up as much as he would have liked. Should get 2 darts at a double of choice upon his return. But Burnett could be hot on his heels to win the match. And that 140 leaves himself on a similar suit. And so this 43 is must get.
Game shot on the fifth
Got
leg. Lucas
need.
Vatswowski.
And Lucas back in the game at 3-2. Burnett with the darts to
Sixth
see
leg,
it out.
it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's standing proud, isn't he? Chest out, shoulders back, chin up. Power positions.
59.
Feeling good, and he's got something really working for him at the moment, and that is the darts at the double. That will fill him with confidence, knowing if he gets down, he can get out. And that also will plant the seed of doubt in the mind of Richie Burnett, who,
100.
let's be honest, it doesn't take much watering for that seed to grow.
$140.
Yeah, Richie Burnett's not one of those players you think cool, calm and
96.
collected. He's the only player in World Darts who looks like he's having a fight with a wasp as he throws a dart.
$81.
But he's got control of this leg on throw, providing Lucas cannot find anything mesmeric with this turn. And Burnett is going to get 6 to wrap this
64.
contest up from here. Boys average up to around about 86 as the Prince of Wales, the original Prince of Wales. Many have tried to replicate his nickname, but there'll be nobody that's quite like Richie Burnett.
Beautiful visit there for Lucas.
121.
Pushes the urgency button here that Richie Burnett is not able to respond to. Is it handy? But this is a big moment here.
101.
Potentially in the campaign of Lucas. Could really kickstart proceedings for him. Needs to find a treble. Unable to do so, so Richie Burnett will get match starts, match opportunities, back-to-back wins.
Richie require 40.
Well, it's been an improved performance from Lucas, but Richie Burnett has found what he's needed when it's mattered. And this double top will complete a 4-2 win. To complete back-to-back 4-2 wins to kickstart his day. It hasn't been vintage from Richie Burnett so far, but it's been enough to get him a couple of wins from his opening couple of matches. He gets the better Lucas Wachowski by 4 legs to 2, and he is straight off down the tunnel, straight backstage, ready for his battles ahead of him. This is how he did so, 4 from 8 on the double. The double is really effective for Richie over the course of the day so far. Coming up after the break, it's a meeting between Jason Heaver and Conor Heenahan. Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richie Burnett got the better of Lucas Wachowski by 4 legs to 2. So for Burnett, that's a second consecutive victory to kickstart his day. Game 6 sees Conor Heenahan and Jason Heaver go head-to-head here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Heenahan, he got off the mark with a 4-0 win against Lucas Wachowski. Jason Heaver has put in the performance of the day so far. An average of 102.77, 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing to get the better of Steve Beaton from 3-1 behind in a last leg decider. The performance and the performer of the day so far. But I suppose the big question is, Matthew Edgar, how will he fare and how will he follow up against the former weekly winner?
I thought the big question was going to be how many more Live Lounge in Portsmouth, because that's 8 now. The tally continues to grow.
Technically, isn't it 10 because you said Live Lounge in Portsmouth twice? Now that's 11 because I've said Live Lounge in Portsmouth again. That make it 12.
81.
But the performance of Jason Heaver, as you mentioned, 102.77 quality, maybe a little bit unexpected, maybe a bit unexpected by himself. He looked like he was riddled with doubt before it began. The darts sort of landed in at different angles. It was questionable. We didn't know what we was going to get. It'll feel like a long time ago that he was playing on the Alexandra Palace stage. Certainly, when you look at his performances in things like the ADC, I mean, he's been struggling. I mean, we're talking mid-70s on a regular basis for Jason Heaver. But when you come to an environment like this, when you've got proper facilities, proper preparation, things can change. That little switch just goes in the mind.
$95.
Certainly been a very solid start to proceedings here for Jason Heaver. For Conor Heenahan, he didn't really have to get out of 5th gear to complete a 4-0 win against Lucas Wachowski. Average of 84 from 12 on the doubles. Heaver looking at 1-3-1 to take the opening leg. Failure to do so means that Heenahan here has got an opportunity to get the break of throw. But with Heaver left on top, he's going to have to take out the 95 here, you feel. Attacks it and will now go double-double. Unable to get. And so Heaver will get 3 darts at tops to take out the opening leg of this match.
40. Game shot on the first leg, Jason Heaver.
Thrown with confidence, and he has to throw with confidence, does Jason Heaver, due to the equipment he's using. Very, very condensed darts, very small in regards to what's going on at the back of the dart. It's pretty much all barrel, that dart, and the flights in which he's choosing to use as well, very, very slim, which means there's not a great deal of stability through the air. Certainly when you've got a very condensed barrel. So, has to throw, has to propel, has to throw with confidence.
Heenahan, of course, who's hit 2 9-darters in this particular building. Hit the first 2 in Modus Super Series darts. Did also have one at the previous venue in Southampton, as you have a closer look at the setup of Jason Heaver and a closer look at what is the second maximum of this contest.
See, they're a more traditional dart for Conor Heenahan, quite a lengthy barrel.
43.
Quite a bit of material at the back end of that. Not so much for Heaver. Very, very condensed. And
99.
I'm not even sure what you'd call that shape of flight.
I'll tell you what I call it. I call it a John Worsley flight because it has womble on it.
140.
I mean, I know there was all sorts of strange merch in Risa at the weekend, but I didn't know John Worsley had a womble collection.
62. Conor, you require 92.
The last time the Wombles sold merchandise, it was 1978.
60.
Remember.
Jason, you require 20.
Didn't they have a Christmas #1? Or did it go to #1? Let's have a wombling Christmas.
No score.
Well, forget womble. That's a wobble for Jason
Connie
Heaver.
required
Heenahan
32.
comes back for 32 to level the game up at 1 apiece. Awkward, this double eight.
Well, it is now. Just trying to find a way, and he's gone right. He's looking left. He's choosing right. He's going to go right and high.
16. Jason, you required 20.
Well, he can afford a smile, but he knows he couldn't afford to be broken in this match, and Heaver's got free dart to do exactly that. Moves across for double 10. Gets a
Edge on
double
the
10
second leg.
and
Jason
opens
Heaver.
up a 2-0 lead in this match. And for Conor Heenahan, everything that went right in his first game
Third
is
leg,
suddenly
it's
going all
Jason to
wrong
throw
for him.
first. Game on. $55.
Well, we did say about the shape of the flight of Jason Heaver and it being
140.
a bit unusual, Henry. I'm told that you can't even get that shape of flight anymore. Which I do find quite unusual at times, because to
125.
purchase a press of which you can put in the machine to create a shape of flight, you're talking up to £20,000. So if you're going to make the investment, you'd think that the shape
92.
would be forever available. But that unusual shape of flight now no longer available, which is why they are one-ball flights. John
39.
Worsley, the only person who's got some going, apparently. These much easier to get your hands on.
139.
Standard traditional flights.
Well, the whole Conor Heenahan setup is something that you would expect to purchase, say, from a sports shop. Say you're a beginner working out. There's no frills to the
30.
equipment, but it
Conor, you
absolutely,
require 130.
unequivocally works for him. And sometimes you don't need the flashy stuff to be good, but this would be a flashy finish. If he could have found the double
140.
eight for the 130.
And that's why you won't see many changes in flight shapes. I say a press is, you're looking about £20,000.
100.
You won't get many
Conor, you
brands investing
require
£20,000 into a new shape of flight on the hope that it catches on.
On the third
And
leg.
people will
Conor
stick to
Heenahan.
what's traditional, stick to what works, and there's so many variations that I
Fourth
don't really
leg,
see
it's
too
Conor to
much
throw
in
first.
the future of
Game on.
flight shape. Certainly now when we're looking at this traditional folded flight that players are using, a lot of them now moving towards the moulded systems, the fixed systems.
Well, we've seen exactly what it's done for Nathan Aspinall
100.
over the last 6 months or so. Lost out in the final of the European Tour yesterday. He's on it again, you know.
108.
He's already hit 2 9-darters here at the Super Series. Is he going to be the first man to hit a perfect hat-trick?
You'd be brave to back against him
60. Conor, you
3
require
darts away.
141.
from another.
He's done it once, twice, 3
And
times a
shot on the
9-darter for
fourth leg,
Conor
Conor
Heenahan. The Irishman completes the perfect hat-trick. He really is the
Fifth
man.
leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
Incredible scenes at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The first 9-darter of 2025, and it goes to the first man to ever hit one in this building.
60.
And you feel he needs that. He needs a moment like that, Conor Heenahan. We've seen him hit these 9-darters before, and I've never seen him react like that. Yes, he's been happy. Yes, he's celebrated, but the sheer joy, the prolonged emotion. You feel like Conor Heenahan, where he's been over sort of the last 6 to 12 months, where his game's been, the lack of qualifying here, not making any challenge on the Challenge Tour or at Q School. You feel it was almost like he was on the slide, and a moment like that could be what he needs to reignite everything.
$40.
We We're up here in the soundproof booth in the arena. We could clearly hear it coming through. That's how audible that was for Conor Heenan.
58.
I know it's something that's been on his mind ever since he's hit the second, and when Steve West hit his second, he knew that time perhaps was running thin to become the third to hit 3 9-darters, but he's completed the perfect hat-trick. But I suppose, and it's one thing that you saw before he threw his first darts in this leg, was just to calm himself down a little bit, not to get overly excited about it and just bring himself back down to an equal kilter. He's done a good job of that, but Jason Heaver's having a decent enough leg on the throw here to establish a 3-2 lead.
There was a lot of research, wasn't there, go into players who have hit a 9-darters and then gone on to win the game, and actually it was very close to a 50-50 split in regards to people who haven't been able to sort of control their emotion.
Jason, you require
and bring it back in line.
127.
Well, he could tick off the whole list here. You've had a 9-darter, and he could have the 1-2-7 in game to tick off the bingo card. Double 8.
111. Conor, you require 121.
Triple 17 for the bull. Not to be, and so Heaver,
50,
who
sir.
stood in the background
Jason, you
of
require
perfection in the
16.
previous leg, steps forward to take a lead in this.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jason Heaver.
He holds it together to lead 3-2.
That's quality there for Jason Heaver, just showing a bit of
6th
experience.
leg. It's Conor to throw first. Game on.
He'd probably be quite happy Conor hit that, because then it sends him on that ride, doesn't it? That heightened
100.
sense of emotion. Let him go through the journey, let him go through the highs and the lows, and Jason Heaver just standing at the back and happy to let it go.
135.
Is that our first one of 2025?
Indeed it is. The last one prior to that was hit by Adam Mould
44.
against Johan Brouwer at the end of 2024. That's the 16th 9-darter in this building. Conor Heenan was responsible for the first 2 against Adam Smith-Neal and Alan Norris respectively. Also been 9-darters hit by Steve West on a couple of occasions. Darryl Pilgrim, of course, the infamous Fallon Sherrick 9-darter against Adam Lipscomb, Sebastian Białowski, Andreas Harrison, Jared Cole, Lee Cox, Tommy Lishman, Marvin Van Velzen, Mason Whitlock, and Adam Mole. But the 9-dart man may well be dethroned, because Jason Heaver, his second max of the contest, has left himself on 46 after 9, and it could well be an 11-dart breaker throw to wrap this match up. Conor Heenan may have bought the brilliance, but it's Jason Heaver who's going to get the points. A 4-2 victory against the 9-dart man, Conor Heenan, who's still got a smile on his face. It's the 3rd time he's hit a perfect leg in this building, but it is Jason Heaver who will have the results in his favour. That the tail of the tape for what has been a superb contest. Finished off an 11-darter. Conor Heenan had the 9, but it is Jason Heaver who picks the points up with a 4-2 victory. Coming up after the break, David Evans takes on Lucas Wachlowski. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus
Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
He's done it once, twice, 3 times a
on the
9
full
darter
flag,
for
Conor
Conor
Heenahan.
Heenahan. The Irishman completes the perfect hat trick. He really is the
Fifth
man.
flag, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
He's done it again. Conor Heenahan of his 3rd 9 darter here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but would lose out 4-2 to Jason Heaver in match number 6 of the session. This is what we've seen so far on this Monday morning. 6 games come and gone, 2 rounds of fixtures played, and round number 3 is going to kick off with a meeting between David Evans and Lucas Wachowski. As far as David is concerned, looking to respond from a 4-0 setback in his previous match against Steve Beaton. Lucas looking to get his first win on the board. He picked up a couple of legs, played much better against Richie Burnett last time out. Now it looks like he's settled and acclimatized to the Live Lounge stage. And you may remember a session that David Evans was in where there was 9 darters in back-to-back games. That was back in July of last year, where David Evans was involved in a 9 darter hit against him by Tommy Lishman. Not before the game prior to that, seeing Lee Cox have one against Pontus Danielsson, the Swede. I'm not saying history is going to repeat itself, but I'm just saying it did happen before.
Well, it has repeated itself in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth Stakes. We're up to 9 now, Henry.
Incidentally, Conor Heenahan has hit a 9 darter in the same top twice.
140.
David Evans, though, he's getting himself into a bit of bother here, isn't he? Game number 3 playing now. He's only won 2 legs so far today. This will be the game where he'll be looking at going, I have to win this one. Get my campaign started against a player who was also Only picked up a couple of legs here in Lucas. However, Lucas was
100.
significantly better in his second game than he was in his first. And if we're getting that same kind of improvement here against David Evans, David could be in big trouble. Just like his throw is here in the opening leg.
60.
Also, if you're involved in I don't know whether you would have been perhaps in Southampton, but if you're involved in a session where there has been a 9-darter, what is it like then for the rest of the practice room? Because there is going to be a feeling. Everyone's going to know there is going to be a drip down effect. What is that effect?
Essentially, people will play it down. Yeah, that will be well done, mate, all that sort of thing, but there'll also be those conversations where, yeah, it was only a leg and Richie Burnett's top of the table and Jason Heavers joined him on 4 points, and there'll be that sort of... I think a 9-darter's are more for the viewing audience rather than the playing side of things.
77.
Of which Conor Heenahan is responsible for 18.75% of the 180s that have happened here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
59. Lucas, you require 124.
Can Lucas find his first ton plus checkout at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? Not on this occasion.
$44.
If you think I say the venue enough when I commentate on TV, you should hear how bad I am on radio.
140. Lucas, you require 80.
That's a big hit, a big find there for David Evans. Gets himself down to the double. That's the question of Lucas, who was very strong on the double in. But that's awkward. That could carry the dart into the treble, which is why he's come across to open up the bed. May have to move right now. He does. Get to work around the dart, but to do that, you got to work around it both ways.
No score.
That was the danger, and that's what he was trying to avoid. Catching the flight of the first dart, carrying it into the treble 20. It was a danger all along. He tried to avoid it, ultimately unable to do so. It was a perfect dart, though, if he was trying to score, because you'd imagine he'd do it at 140 off the back of that. It was the old basketball scenario. Hit the backboard.
Well, he's at least trying to find the funny side of it. Here's Lucas. Looks like whatever's going to happen this week, he's going to play with a smile on his face. He's going to try and embrace the experience as much as possible.
$100.
You'll probably find the ironic side. Certainly if he looks back at that first game and thinks, well, I couldn't hit a treble in that game, and then when I throw for the double, I actually hit the treble.
I know he's played at the World Series in the past, but as far as an opportunity is concerned, to play the likes of Steve Beaton, to play the likes of Richie Burnett, who, let's be perfectly honest, we do not know how much shelf life these two players have got left. To be able to play against them, even if it's at the twilight of their careers, is going to be quite the accolade for somebody like Lucas.
And let's not forget he had the big opportunity to play on board 72 in Budapest against Matt Edgar.
There's opportunities and then there's openings. You'll be disappointed he didn't make best use of a good draw there. How did you finish up in the World Masters after you beat Lucas, by the way?
100.
That pretty much was me finished for about 3 months, I think, after that, yeah.
Sent you pretty much into retirement, didn't it, that tournament?
Ooh, needs to switch, needs to think.
140.
Ooh, interesting insight provided there. Chase the maximum, chase the 180. Where the switch downstairs would have left the finish. David Evans will be aware of that. He will notice. He will see the frailty there in his opponent.
100.
And that's the difference as well, because what you're doing is just giving little tells. You're telling your opponents, I don't have the experience. I don't know how to manage these games at these levels. Where on this international platform, those are the percentages that could cost you games.
99. David, you require.
Well, I've already seen the
141
141 today, but this perhaps in less exciting circumstances. And we're not going to see the 141. So Lucas here has an opportunity to level up at one apiece if he can find this 60.
50. Lucas, you require 60.
It's double top for Lucas. And we
Game
are
shot
back
the second
on level
leg.
terms
Lucas
at one
Vasilevsky.
apiece.
Finishing's been very good, hasn't it? Didn't miss a dart at the
Third
double in
leg,
his
it's
opening
David
game.
to throw
2 from
first.
3 in his second.
Game on.
50% here, 1 from 2.
'96.
Makes you feel confident when you're going out clean.
In terms of moments in this series, where does the Heenahan 9-darter go up on the
59.
tier list of great things that have happened in Series 10?
As far as Series 10 goes, that's probably the highlight, isn't it? We've had nothing to rival it
42.
in regards to perfection. We've had some great moments. But if we're talking purely about a judge of darting ability, it gets no better.
What have been some of your highlights from this particular series,
59.
Matt?
I mean, I really like last week, actually. David Davies coming through, winning that one, beating Tom Sykes and Jimmy Van Ski along the way. I like stories like that where you've got to go through a strong field and you've got to do it back to back. And he did. It was a great moment. He was probably the biggest outsider of them all going into that. And he came through, which I think just shows hope and excitement here to anyone
59.
looking to take on the Super Series. I'm going to throw it back to you, Henry. What's your highlight?
Peter Achui's going to be up there. I think that was great fun watching him that week. But for me, I think it's a
81.
more generic thing in the fact that we're seeing different people win. And I think there was a time where perhaps there was a label attached to ADC qualifiers in terms of quality, in terms of the depth of quality. But what this series has shown
100.
is people like Sam Spivey, for example, can come here, win a qualifier, play at a decent level, and go on and win a week. And that is something now which is more attainable at this
56.
present moment in time than I think it has ever been in Super Series darts. I think the quality of competition in terms of the standard in depth, I don't think has been ever greater now than it ever has been before.
41. David, you require 126.
Bullseye. Doesn't have to, and he's not going to.
Yes, that's the
91.
situation. Tried to leave tops, was unable to do so, so he's still got a little bit of work to do when he comes back.
I do have another highlight.
Is it the sweeties you're bringing on a Thursday night?
Oh, they were good, weren't they? Now, it's probably me and Trina Gulliver lip-syncing Get Out of My
100.
Pub at the
David,
same
you
time.
require 35.
I need to think of some more highlights, don't I? Double 16! Now double 8.
Game
Evans,
shot of
2-1
third
up.
leg. David Evans.
To be honest, if they're the answers you're coming up with, I'd rather park that conversation and move on to another section.
Fourth flag. It's Lucas to throw first. Game on.
So the highlights, I dread to think what the lowlights conversation is going to be like.
'93.
Feels like for Lucas, he's found his level now. When we look at his numbers, when we look at his stats, when we look at his level of performance, it's normally around that sort of
58.
mid-70s to low 80s. That's been where he is for the majority of this game. It's where he was in his last game when he went down 4-2 to Richie Burnett. So it feels like he's found his level. Now we know he can find extra gears. He's got that on
57.
appearance and on occasion. We've seen that. But I feel this is him now. This is the pace. This is the level that people have to, better if they're going to get the points against Lucas.
100.
Well, his annual numbers for the last 12 months in recorded competition that we have for Lucas, 78.69 and 31% are his finishing stats over the course of the last 12 months on the databases that
96.
we've got to hand. In terms of
58.
his qualification numbers, as you say, for the Eastern European Festival Tour. Yeah, they were in the low echelon of the 80s, mainly in the high 70s as far as he was concerned.
$60.
Has got a range, hasn't he, where he can pop into the 90s. So he's going to be
59.
one of those players that's just going to be dangerously there, and it's going to upset someone along the way.
$100. Lucas, you require 136.
So 136 here for Lucas Wachowski. Not to be on this particular occasion, and so Evans will come back for 125, which was taken out brilliantly by
60. David,
Brian
you
O'Man
require
Bull 25 Bull
125.
on Saturday night. But Evans isn't going to find that way.
I think he said, "That's rubbish, Dave."
57. Lucas, you
I'm happy with the
require
opening dart.
76.
Gives Lucas the opportunity, and if there is a strength to the game of Lucas, it has certainly been the doubling. Clearly wants to leave tops at every possibility.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Lucas
He's very, very good at it.
Well, that's why he wants to leave that particular target. And we are back
Fifth
level
flag,
at
it's
2
David
apiece
to
in this
throw first.
contest.
Game on.
Hasn't been an eye catcher as of yet, but this feels like a crucial meeting in the middle of both players' days to see where the land lies. If Evans can win this, he'll get
100.
his first points. The same case for both players. Just getting themselves off the mark somehow, somewhat may. And looking at the games for the rest of the day, Evans finishes off with
60.
Jason Heaver and Connor Heenahan. Whilst for Lucas, he takes on Steve Beaton and Jason Heaver at the end of his day. So the matches really do not get any easier for the poll.
140. $100. $89. $58. $60.
Well, this game tied at 2 apiece. Evans looking at 112 to open up a 3-2 advantage in the match.
100. David, you require 112.
But he missed the double for a fair few ton toppers in his match against Richie Burnett.
Game
But
shot
this
on the
time,
fifth flag.
He
David
has found the tops. He has found his first three-figure finish of the day. And that is a 112, which puts David
Fifth
Evans
flag,
3-2
it's
to the
Lucas
good.
to throw first. Game on.
We've been treated to some big finishes today, aren't we? That the 5th one so far. Highlighted with the 141 finish of Conor Heenan, with the 135 for Richie Burnett to win his opening game.
My ton-plus table on my
25.
notepad is filling up very quickly.
Might need another post-it note soon.
It's always a good thing if you need more post-it notes because the quality has been
60.
good. At least in commentator land it is.
You certainly love a post-it note.
You should see some of the other notes that I write for the football commentaries.
125.
Oh, you'd be astounded. Every commentator does it different ways.
96.
There's always different ways of collating notes and stuff like that. It's all an individual art for those who may be studying on a journalism course or something like that. Just do your own thing.
You get your notepad out now. Henry Deacon masterclasses coming in.
99.
Basically, the masterclass is everything that I'm doing now, don't do.
140.
Could be a couple of trebles now after that wayward dart for Lucas. Not going to go. David Evans will fancy the job now. He'll feel he
40.
can get this one done. This is the opportunity. The chance to get the job done 4-2. Get a couple of legs back after what was a very disappointing performance against Steve Beaton when
59.
last time out he lost by 4 legs to 0.
It certainly felt like a meeting between the bottom 2 players in the group. It felt very cagey, very
121.
tentative. But that visit could change things here.
146.
Evans may have felt like he could have had 6 and 146, but he may have to take it out because McCloskey looking at 91 to take us all the way to a last leg
41.
decider,
Lucas,
to
you require
take us to leg
91.
7 in game 7 of the day.
That pour from David Evans. He knows it, and that's why the shaking in the head, the frustration is there.
51.
But we said he'll do
David,
everything
you
he possibly
require
can to leave tops.
105.
Well, Lucas, he's there. He's ready to pounce. A target he's rarely missed. And he's going to get a go.
85. Lucas, you require 40.
Give us a last leg decider in this match. Double top. Down for double 10.
Game
In
shot
the
on
double
sixth
10 in
leg.
the top
Lucas
corner.
Vaclavsky.
And Lucas takes us all the way.
7th and final leg. It's David to throw first.
Almost
Game on.
Bob Anderson, isn't it, from Lucas when he does something he likes? But it's with the opposite hand. Bob Anderson was with the throwing hand. So a reverse Bob Anderson.
60.
Where I think David Evans is... Right now, if you was to ask him about his performance, would he give us a reverse Andrew Gilding, which is thumbs down rather than thumbs up?
Feels
23.
like a result that both players are just going to have to claw out, as opposed to a moment of brilliance really dictating terms.
Well, one moment of brilliance from David Evans is all it kind of needs from this point. He's got the throw.
96.
Lucas has had a ropey start. If he finds a 140 or 180, could put him into the distance. For now, Lucas very much interested.
96.
See that little tell there, that moment of panic there. David Evans at the back of the stage. The second the treble went in, straight to the scoreboard went the eyes, assessing the situation.
58.
I think we're seeing a very desperate David Evans right now.
He's searching, but the truth being told, he's being found wanting.
He's playing with hope.
100.
Nothing in it. Despite the fact Lucas opened this leg with just a score of 23.
140.
Well, David Evans is 4th 140 of the contest, leads himself on 147.
Again there, see that
46.
deep breath there from David Evans, just
147.
trying to control the heart rate, trying to oxygenate the blood. This will be a result that he really does
41.
need. A lot of opinion on these darts here. Lucas finds a nice little 140. A couple of trebles. Well, not these ones. This is exactly what David Evans wanted to see.
68. David, you
He's got 6
require
darts.
106.
6 darts from 106 to get the job done, to get his first points here. Week 11 at the Super Series.
Doesn't have to chase the boards if he doesn't want to. As a glance over at the scoreboard,
66.
and then decides to set up for double top upon his return. So tops for David Evans
40.
to complete a 4-3 victory in this match, to get his first win of the day. He's got a beautiful guide. In off?
No score.
No. And so Lucas Raklowski is going to come back
68.
here for 68 to get his first win on the live lounge stage on his debut day here in Portsmouth. He's going to get a match dart. Take a pick. And the pick is double 16. David Evans expects it to go, and it does go.
Lucas Wacławski.
And for the pole, it's a first win on the live lounge stage. He gets the better of David Evans by 4 legs to 3. And for Lucas, well, you might need them, pal. He was so drawn into the moment that he actually forgot to retrieve his darts. But decent darts, particularly at the back end of legs, 4 from 6 on his doubles. Coming up after the break, Steve Beaton takes on 9-dart Conor Heenahan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Lucas Raklowski got his first win on the live lounge stage with a 4-3 victory against David Evans. Match number 8 sees Steve Beaton and Conor Heenahan go head-to-head. Last time out, Conor Heenahan hit the 16th Modus Super Series 9 darter, but would go on to lose 4-2 to Jason. In fact, both of these players have lost to Jason today. Steve Beaton did so in match number 1 of the session, but backed it up with a 91 average and a 4-0 success against David Evans. So far today, Steve Beaton has looked so cool, so calm, so collected.
Game on.
And looks so in the mood to do some real damage on this Monday.
96.
You feel Steve Beaton's one of those players that now will be used to the format. He's come from a world of which darts is played at the traditional or the optimum time in regards to hitting the best performance, and even then he thought that was too early in the day. He wanted it a little bit later, and that was a 1 o'clock start. By 1 o'clock today, he'll be nearly finished his day. Does take a little bit of adjusting.
70.
But now we'll be well and truly back in the mix in regards to the start time. It'll be like the old BDO days once again for Steve Beaton. Some of those tournaments start extremely early. And not only that, you don't always get the opportunity to prepare and practice at those events.
28.
Begin early in the day and then finish very late at night in some cases. But for Steve Beaton, this is the midway point of his session. This is the middle match of the day. Game 8 of 15 that we're broadcasting to you live here
34.
On Pluto TV. Here in sunny Portsmouth on the south coast of England, and it is a beautifully resplendent day here on this Monday morning. It's been beautiful weather all week, perfect conditions to play darts in. But that is not quite a perfect start for Steve Beaton, but he has got time on his side.
Steve require 8.
2-4 for Beaton to lead 1-0.
Game shot
There it goes, 1-0 to the bronzed Adonis. And it's certainly a nicer climate now than it was when Steve made his debut in the Legends League in January. It was freezing cold. It was double layer coat weather. Neil Duff was wearing
85.
An underlayer underneath just to keep himself warmed up. But the weather today is perfect. Just perfect to do anything in life. Play darts, go for a stroll. The sun's out and the big guns are out here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
96.
The big guns are out. You're going to take your jumper off, are you?
140. $140. $140.
He's the favourite, isn't he? Steve Beaton this week, and
60.
safe to say playing like it as well.
It's just comfortably playing at a obscenely high level.
81.
I think Steve Beaton thought that first dart was in the treble.
120.
The irony is, at least now he's hit the bullseye, he's left himself on tops. So I suppose all's well but ends well if Heenahan doesn't find the 120. If anything, that was unintentionally the perfect setup for Steve Beaton.
20. Connor, you require
However,
60.
what it was a potential distraction, a break of focus, a break of concentration.
50. Steve required 20.
So Beaton looking at double 10 to eventually get the break and open up a 2-0 lead.
Game shot
Double
on the
10
second
got.
leg.
Beaton
Steve
breaks
Beaton.
and goes 2 up. It's not the first time we've seen a slight eyesight
Third
thing
leg,
with
it's Steve
Steve
just
Beaton.
broke
You may
first.
remember when he played at
Game
the double trouble competition back in March where he was doubling off,
100.
hit the double, didn't think it was in and was still persevering on the doubles.
13.
One of those things, I suppose, that comes with the adage of age.
140.
Conor Heenan has made Champions Week in both buildings here and in Southampton. He actually,
55.
Matt, played in the same Champions Week as you back in Phase 4 of 2022. You lost in the final to
140.
Graham Usher. Qualified through to the Champions League. You didn't make it through to the Saturday night. Conor Heenan would lose in the final to Josh Payne. And he then lose in the final of the Champion of Champions to Jim McEwen. As Beaton looks at 121 for 3-0 lead. He was looking for the 25 to leave double 18. He's going to do the next best thing and leave himself on double 4 after 12.
$94. Steve require 8. Game shot on the third
13
leg.
data,
Steve
3-0 to Steve Beaton. 93.94 is the average. That equates to 48 darts to complete the first 3 legs. And an average of 16 darts per leg he is taken out.
140. $140.
This is getting close to irresistibly good from Steve Beaton.
137.
And perhaps unstoppably good. 101.28 is the Beaton average right now.
140.
But he may have to wait another leg here because Heenan's having a really good one on throw, leaving himself an 84 after 9. But he may have to take out the 84 after 9 because Beaton, well, he's potentially on for 10 data, but he ain't going to go straight for the bull, is he?
Well, he might do. He's hitting the bullseye perfectly in this game, isn't he? Even when he doesn't want it.
Just said, I should have gone for the bull, but he's going to have a dart at tops. He's going to get the tops. And that's 25 darts to see out the last couple of legs. Steve Beaton with a demolition of Conor Heenan. A 4-0 win for the Bonta. An average at the end of 100.2. 60 darts to see off the Irishman. A superb performance, superb display. The scoring was clinical at times. Coming up after the break, Jason Heave against David Evans. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Steve Beaton got the better of Conor Heenahan by 4-0, and in the space of 60 darts, 100.2 the average for the bronze Adonis, and that moves him to the top of the Group A table. 2 wins from 3 for him, plus 7 by way of legs difference. And our next match is a meeting between Richie
First
Burnett
leg, it's
and
Richie to
Jason
throw
Heaver.
first. Game on.
Heaver looking to cause upheaval, and the winner of this game will be guaranteed top spot come the end of this round of fixtures, because they'll be the only players that would be 3 from 3 at the top of the Group A standings. Jason Heaver kicked things off with that 102.77 average against Steve Beaton. Then he got the better of the 9-dart man, Conor Heenahan, in game 2 of an average of 87. For Richie Burnett, well, it hasn't quite been vintage from him in terms of the scoring stakes, but when he has been given an opportunity at the double, he has been able to take it by and large. 4 from 6 in his opening 4-2 win against David Evans, and 4 from 8 in a 4-2 win against Lucas Wachowski in his second match. What do you expect Matthew Edgar to see from this, the final game for the third cycle of matches?
84.
Well, on the evidence of what we've seen so far, Jason Heaver represents a lot of value in this game. Richie Burnett, a very strong favourite going into this one, but Richie Burnett's best performance of the day is still worse than the worst performance of that of Jason Heaver's. But he'll be aware of that as well, and we'll see a much more focused Richie Burnett here, head down. We already tick off 18 maximums. We're not even through 3 laps of fixtures. At the quality of the week we've got here, and what a quality start this is from Richie Burnett. Leaves tops after 12.
Both players on a double after a dozen darts, but it's Burnett on throw who'll have first poke at tops.
No score.
But able to get, and so Jason Heaver has a break chance now if he can find double 18. 2 9s.
18. Richie require 40.
Both players missing a handful of darts, and we're back to where we was after the start of the scoring phase. We said that concentration, that focus looked good on Richie Burnett,
20.
but it won't take much for it all to start imploding,
18.
and 6 missed darts at the double could do just that. Certainly Jason Heaver's able to punish and step in here. Last start in hand as well. That always hurts so much more. So when you think you might have got away with it and you're coming back.
Second leg, it's Jason to throw first.
Well, dart 1 looked so handy for an in-off collision, and that was exactly what happened there in the case of Jason Heaver. Break of foe, 1-0 lead for the Tsunami.
It could have been one of those sort of friend or foes, because you can see
26.
how the dart of Jason Heaver, it's not a straight barrel. It's sort of bubbled Now, the issue with that is if that collides at the thickest point,
140.
it's actually going to push it into the single 9. So it's all about the angle of which it collides, dart on dart, barrel on barrel. Could have really caused a few issues. There was a drop there from Jason Heaver. Remember, a dart has to be thrown in an overhand and deliberate action for it to count. We did have that debate, didn't we? Remember Dan Lowby? He actually accidentally, when transferring the dart from hand to hand, went down the hockey and he counted it as, assumed it was thrown. You do get in some local leagues as well. Certainly back in the day, if the dart landed on the throwing side of the hockey, it would have been counted as thrown.
135.
Been plenty of barroom brawl over that particular ruling.
That's why it's always just easiest to look at the industry lead up and go, what are they doing? Let's all just replicate that.
If only it was as simplistic as that and people made it as simplistic as that.
You're telling me common sense doesn't always prevail?
94. Richie require
I ain't saying
142.
anything. Burnett looking at 142 to level up a 1 apiece here. Strays wide into the treble 5, much to his frustration.
$55. Jason, you require 106.
Triple 18. Decided to persevere. And was unable to find the treble, which would have given him a poker double 13. And so Burnett is back for 87. May just get a dart at the bull here to break Kiva back. Brucey Bowe's got 2 in hand in his favour. Double 18. He only needs the 1. It's a 14 darter riposte for Richie Burnett. And we are back level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Richie.
It was the maximum, wasn't it? The 180 that really got him back on track.
The strangest thing about it is we've just come accustomed to that being normal.
120.
When we say about moments that can really affect the psychology, the last dart going in for Jason Heaver on the double 9, last dart in hand after Richie Burnett missed those targets, and
100.
then Richie Burnett sees a bounce out. Jason Heaver fills it up. We have had sessions before that have had multiple 9 darters. We've already had one today.
85.
Conor Heenahan hit that against Jason Heaver early on.
This third leg very much open for interpretation.
45.
But that 45 has opened up the door of opportunity for Richie Burnett. 6 darts from 181 to open up a 2-1 lead. And so far, this is the best that Burnett has played so far
60.
today. Prior to that visit, average in excess of 95, despite missing 6 darts at a double in the contest.
Look at the bullseye here, Jason Heaver. No,
81.
surprising.
Richie require
25
121.
bullseye would have been a sensible option in that situation. But there's no option now left for Richie Burnett other than a set-up play. Jason Heaver will get another opportunity to re-break the throw of Richie Burnett, who's made an absolute mess of that one.
Require 110.
And he looks absolutely thrilled. Treble 18, double 18, or does he like the lie of the treble to stay there for double 15? Like the lie of the treble, not to be. A scowl on the face of Jason Heaver as Burnett comes back for 97 to open up a 2-1 lead in the contest. Took out a similar pop in the previous leg. He's not going to do so here. And now he's juggling the darts like some kind of circus magician.
57. Jason, you require.
Then had a go at
56.
said dart for not going the direction he wants it to. Heaver 56. Tots for the break. Double 10. In it
It's on
goes.
the third
Heaver's
leg.
2-1 up.
Jason
He's got the
Heaver.
break.
4th flag. It's Jason to throw first. Game on.
If you have just joined us,
140.
Richie Burnett is trailing 2-1 and has also just lost a headbutt fight with a speaker.
$45.
Now, for us in the commentary box and for you at home, this is probably very, very funny to watch. But you've got to give credit to Jason Heaver because it could be very easy to lose your concentration with
94.
Richie at full Richiness.
Well, I said earlier on, I did. I really struggled with it. It was in a Pro Tour match in Milton Keynes.
96.
You've really got to just keep your head down and focus on yourself in this sort of environment.
$55.
Jason Heaver's done a very good job today. We didn't know what we was going to expect from him. His numbers certainly didn't stack up. The way in which he came in here looked a little bit ropey. But when it's come to game on, he's
100.
producing the goods.
$85.
There's a lot of room in the treble there, as you can see, Terema. So he's done well to find something there with the last dart. He's left himself on 127 to open up a 3-1 lead in the contest. Burnett
81. Jason, you require
incandescent with himself.
Well, just a straight dart with the last one for Richie Burnett would have left him a finish. Now Jason Heaver can make that mistake. He's afforded
85.
the slip. It became a set-up shot. He's done nice there to recover the situation with the last dart in hand. Burnett, once again, just hoping for opportunities to present, hoping that Jason Heaver misses. And
Jason, you
it's
require
not been a very
42.
profitable tactic today.
This is a 3-1. And Jason Heaver all day long has been steady.
22.
But he hasn't found
Richie
what would have been a Heaver
require 82.
haymaker. And Burnett comes back for 82. And let's be honest, anything can happen here. Bull, double 16.
Game shot on the fourth
Taken
flag.
cleanly.
Richie Burnett.
And after all the farcicalness that we've seen over the last leg or so, Richie Burnett then takes out that 82
Fifth
as
flag
clean
is
as
Richie
a
to throw
whistle.
first. Game
Two
on.
beautiful combination finishes from Richie Burnett, the 87 and the 82. All his missed darts at a double, all coming in that opening leg where he missed 6.
140. $55.
And
140.
Burnett's just beginning to go out the gears a little bit here. After everything that happened, he's had his little talking to, he's had his little moment, but now he looks like he's beginning to go through the gears again.
85.
He's got a cushion again, hasn't he, Richie Burnett? The only way you feel he's going to lose this one is if he has a collapse on the doubles once again. Even a maximum for Jason Heaver won't really put him down to a finish.
28.
A little mini collapse, though, there on the scoring. Still in full control, despite what Heaver does here.
$28.
Well, Burnett's got 6 and more to get himself 3-2 in front and to get himself a leg away.
100.
And I suppose if you've never played
45,
Richie Burnett, you
Richie
will not know what
require
it's like to face
93.
him. Someone like Steve Beaton, for example, has seen there, done. He's played him in a world final and beaten him in a world final. There'll be no secrets. You just get used to the way that he plays. And the thing with Richie as well,
53.
is this is just him being an absolute maverick. There's no ill gesture towards any of it. This is just him, unadulteratedly.
100. Richie require 40.
And he looks at Tots to move 3-2 up.
Game
Gets
shot on
the
the
tops
fifth
to move
leg.
3-2
Richie
up.
Burnett. Sixth leg. It's Jason to throw first. Game on. $60.
I'll never forget that Scott Mitchell once upon a time tried to
140.
tap the Richie Burnett speaker when he was playing Richie in a double start game. And Richie read Scott the riot act.
100.
Did not like the fact that Scotty Dog was marking his territory. I never thought I'd be talking about a speaker during a darts match as much as I do when Richie Burnett is playing.
Jason Heaver had an opportunity to make this game feel so simple,
125.
didn't he? Could have been 3-1 ahead. Missed the opportunity. Richie Burnett takes out the 82. He's not looked back since. He's now in control of this leg.
60.
Down to a finish, down to a gettable one. Heaver needs a 140 here, you feel.
100. Richie require 121.
So for the match, 121. He's found the treble. Should at least get a dart at the bullseye from here. Better, a dart at double 14. To
Game
win it in
shot
Starling,
and the
to win
match,
over 12
Richie
darter.
Burnett.
There was times where it looked like Richie Burnett was in a bit of turmoil, but turned it around with some real class. He's top of the table and the only player now protecting an unbeaten record. He says thank you to his beloved speaker. And I think he's taken the spirit level. Well, he's keeping things very level, isn't he, Richie Burnett, amidst some of the madness on display. He's beaten Jason Heaver by 4-2. That rounds off the third round of fixtures. Round 4 kicks off with Lucas Wachowski and Steve Beaton after the break.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
got
done.
it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 3 rounds worth of fixtures have been completed on this Monday morning. At the end of it, it's Richie Burnett that's top of the pile. He's the only player to have won every game so far today. 12 legs on the board, 6 points to his name, and a good performance before the break. A 4-2 win against Jason Heaver. Had to come back from behind, faced darts to go 3-1 down, but then won each of the last 3 to seal a 4-2 victory. Steve Beaton and Jason Heaver both on 4. Themselves, Heenahan, McCloskey and Evans, the bottom 3 in the pile. And we're going to see Steve Beaton next take on Lucas, who managed to win his first game on the stage last time out, getting the better of David Evans by 4 legs to 3. Wasn't a classic contest, but it'll be a morale-boosting win for the Pole nonetheless. But he'll know he's going to have to up his levels against Steve Beaton, who so far today has punched in some really good numbers, and the best numbers in his previous match against Conor Heenahan. An average of 100.2, 2 180s, 4 from 12 on the doubles. It was a clinical display. And one thing Steve Beaton as well is doing more than any other player is completing legs in 4 visits. And if he starts doing that against Lucas, he could find himself in all sorts of bother.
Been impressive, hasn't he, Steve? Some for one of those really strong daily averages, and with that, Lucas can really sort of just settle into this game and attack. When you're playing a player with reputation, a player with reputation who's playing well, can make it a lot easier, because you forget all the things like I'm here on debut, you don't feel that the attention's on you, and the story becomes very easy. You don't need quality darts to become the story. You've just got to outdo your opponent.
125.
This is good. A great start here, laying it down to the bronzed Adonis.
60.
It was a slow start against Conor Heenahan. I think the nerves of the stage and the disruption before the match got underway maybe just affected him a little. But in his previous couple of games, there's been glimpses of some decent stuff. The doubling's been excellent. 2 from 3, 4 from 6 in his other 2 games. There's been glimmers of good stuff. One thing he'll be hoping as the week moves forward is to be able to find something like that on a more consistent basis. But he has got 6 darts here from 81 to take out the opening leg. As a glance over, doesn't have to go 12 balls, so we'll look at treble 10 here. And the treble 10 will give himself a dart at double 16.
49.
A rare miss. In fact, only the 4th dart at a double that Lucas McCloskey has missed at a double so far today.
With that type of checkout percentage, you'd imagine he's not going to miss with 3 darts in hand.
32. Game shot on the first leg. Lucas Vatswowski.
For a 16 darter. And Lucas is up and running, 1-0.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Lucas, who
game on.
hails from Warsaw. Don't know if he's a big football fan, but there is a big game there on Thursday night in the Polish capital as Legia Warsaw take on Chelsea in the UEFA Conference League quarter-finals.
$85.
Mighty Villa's got a small game in Europe this week. Just a little game against Paris Saint-Germain on Wednesday, Matt.
Easy.
60.
Certainly with the form of Villa at the moment.
Sure, you'll have a good evening watching that.
94.
Good win on Saturday, though, against Forest.
Light work, weren't it? Light.
Been a huge admirer of what Nuno Espirito Santo's side has done this season.
140. $94.
Oh, nice fight, nice pick-off. That makes it very interesting here at the back end of this leg. An interesting decision from Steve here.
Game shot on the second leg. Steve Beaton.
I mean, he gets away with it. It worked out all right in the end, but that could have got really messy.
Third leg, it's Lucas to throw first.
It's a play we've seen him adopt throughout the course of his duration here this year. And I suppose Steve Beaton's at the stage where you can teach an old dog new tricks, but Steve Beaton's at the stage of his career as to why do I need to bother?
95.
It's a dangerous shot, that 65, where you're throwing at the 25, especially when there's a dart already there as well.
135.
Because essentially, it's the only target on the board you've missed either side. But there's danger every side of it. You hit the middle, you're going to get the ball. You miss on the
59.
outside, you don't know what you're going to score. It's a risky, risky play. Or is that a sign of someone here in Steve Beaton who is just so confident in the result that he feels he's going to be back anyway?
The thing is, I say, for players like Steve and Richie, they ain't going to change now. They've done the same thing for 30, 35 years.
125.
Next year will be the 30th anniversary of Steve Beaton's world title. We're already celebrating the 30th anniversary of Richie
40.
Burnett's world championship crown of the Lakeside. To think there's not many other sports where somebody could reach the peak of their career and 30 years later still be playing at a high level in that said sport.
100.
And he's still one of the elite.
140.
Could have been amongst the elite. This is a personal choice for Steve Beaton to
122.
wind down the years. It's not because he's lost a tour card, because he hasn't been good enough for the last couple of years. He was inside the top 64. Which is why, yes, he's got a year of freedom, but also there's certain things he can't do. Because he relinquished the tour card, for example, he can't go and play the Challenge Tour, because when you hand in the tour card, you're handing in all your privileges, and you can't then go to Q School and regather it again. Double 16.
Game shot on the
There
third
goes,
leg.
Beaton
Steve
breaks
Beaton.
and opens up a 2-1 lead.
But that doesn't necessarily mean
Fourth leg, it's Steve to
that
throw
you can't
first.
do it next year.
Game on.
Interesting thoughts.
I get the sense that Steve will assess how this year has gone, how he's enjoyed it, how he's playing.
38.
Everything about this year, I get a feeling that maybe in October, November time, he will assess it. He'll look at where he's at.
95.
And you think, right, what is my next step? What is my next year? And maybe for Steve, it is a case of everything being taken on a year-by-year basis. What might work for him this year may not work for him next year. Maybe the ambitions of this year differ to next year.
96.
There's no doubt that the fire is still burning brightly. But the ambition to be at the very top of the game is not there anymore. At his age, do you really want to be playing 34 Players Championship events? Do you want to be playing 14 Euro Tours? It's a lot of tax on the body and the mind.
The mind more than anything, yeah.
100.
I think unless you're getting in those big events as well, that it's actually quite a handy schedule. It's just the mental side of it, the setbacks,
86.
the highs, the lows. It's a lifestyle that's very hard to explain.
Steve, you require 40.
Tots a 3-1.
Game shot of full
In off,
flag.
50
Steve Beaton.
data, beaten 3-1 to the good. And look, for players like Steve, Simon Whitlock, Mervyn King, you
Fifth
could probably
flag
maybe
is
name me
Lucas
one or
to
two
throw
other
first.
examples of big name players
Game
that
on.
dropped off the tour last year, that kind of that senior bracket. That you mentioned it earlier, that they got the best of all worlds. They're all going to get invitations, you feel, to the seniors TV events, at least this year anyway. Match play masters to come. They're going to be playing
95.
here a fair bit. They can ply their trade whatever they want. They've got that luxury of pretty much everything. And
100.
Steve Beaton this year will be on TV more than he was for the last few years as a tour card holder. That's just fact.
And when you look ahead to the players who could potentially be joining us next year, it makes some interesting reading, doesn't it? I mean, Kim Huybrecht's not far above the tour card cut-off at the moment. Jim Williams below it. Jose de Souza, Andy Bartons.
140.
Quite some interesting names that could potentially join us next year. Nathan Rafferty.
Well, particularly someone like Jose de Souza, who'd be above the threshold for the World Seniors, and you'd expect when he drops off, or should he drop off tour, that he would be
99.
the type of player that would be perhaps given an invitation to the World Seniors because of that Grand Slam triumph, because of that Premier League final.
57. Lucas, you require 167.
Kowalski here, though. 6 starts and 167 to bring it back to 3-2. Jummer 19 isn't got. Not that he needed to take it out with his turn. But what he is going to do is leave himself on a double after 12. Double 14 is what he's left. But Beaton breathing down his neck.
58.
But unable to find a treble
Lucas, you
there.
require 28.
And so Lucas will come back for double 14 to bring it back to 3-2.
Game shot of fifth
13
flag.
data.
Lucas Vacławski.
And this is a high quality contest. Both players averaging mid-90s. Lucas
Sixth flag, it's Steve to
95.91,
throw first.
Beaton 96.38, and the doubling's really good as well. 2 from 3 for Lucas, 3 from 6 for Beaton.
60.
We gave the warning, didn't we, at the start of the show, saying that he's better than the odds suggest. And now he's starting to show the quality of which he's got. He's got better game on game.
140.
Been a high quality contest. Apart from the 16 data Lucas got to win the first leg, we've had 3 15 darters and a 13
140.
darter. So everything has been won pretty much in 5-visit range. At least in and around it. And I get the sense, even if he doesn't win this game,
100.
Lucas, I feel like the performance that he's put in here will just give him so much confidence going forward.
93.
First to a finish, but Beaton with the darts will feel like he's got 6 here from 208 to eventually close this game out.
80. Lucas, you require 161.
Relinquished a lead against Jason Heaver in his first match. He was 3-1 up in that game before losing in a last leg decider. But he'll hope to get an opportunity, even if it is just at the bull, to win the match here from the 128.
41. Steve, you require 128.
Another. Well, he's moved across for the treble 14 to give himself a dart at double 16, just on the inside.
112. Lucas, you require 120.
And so this would be some way for Lucas to save it, but he's not going to find the treble 20 or even the 20 with dart 1. Didn't leave himself a shot come dart 2.
40. Steve requires
So
16.
Steve Beaton comes back here looking for double 8 to complete a 4-2 win and to put a cap on what has been a very good performance. But a quality contest, but it's a contest which
Lucas,
may
you
still have one more leg
80.
to it.
If it does, that will be a leg of which Lucas would be throwing first. Loves this target.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And
Lucas
gets it.
Vatslavsky.
And we get a last leg decider, a head scratcher for Steve Beaton.
7th and final leg.
Finishing
It's
has been
Lucas to throw first.
absolutely incredible, hasn't it, from Lucas?
Game on.
13 darts at a double, of which he's hit 9. That is world class.
139.
And finding that extra bit of scoring quality, he rolls his socks up, he pulls his socks up,
85.
because he knows now that he is favourite to beat Steve Beaton. That sluggish start for the Bonds Adonis has put the ball in the pole's court. And this could vault the pole up to 4th position in the table.
100. $96.
I'll tell you what, this would cause a bit of a seismic shock with the odds compilers as well, because Steve Beaton was a very heavy favourite to go and win this game. You would have had hefty odds on Lucas picking up the points in this one.
1-8, Steve Beaton to win this game.
100.
And right now, that's completely switched. You're live in play. Lucas, your big favourite from here.
$46.
It's all right, get into the line. You've got to cross it.
$108.
Just when you think you've got an air of time and an air of luxury against Steve Beaton, he piles in a max to leave himself on tops after 12. And suddenly, from a promising position, Lucas Wachowski is being forced to take out the 116. And he has to shuffle across. Gets the treble to leave himself double 18 for the match. And to win it in some style, and once again, Steve Beaton has let a big lead slip. How things could be so different for the Bronze Adonis, who has been sent to the pound by the hounds. Lucas Oklowski with his 2nd win of the day. His 2nd win in as many matches. And then a big win against the Bronze Adonis in a high quality contest. Next up, Conor Heenahan takes on Richie Burnett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Once we're done, the latest episode of the Tungsten Talk series reflects upon the career of Mervyn King, the twice BDO World Championship finalist, the former World Masters champ. Then later on this evening, the Whitlocks will be the centre of attention in the latest edition of On the Oche. They'll be available from 6:30 this evening. The live darts resumes tomorrow morning from 9:30 as session 2 gets underway, and it'll all be building up to a crescendo on Saturday evening. Finals night, as ever, from 7:30 in front of a packed out crowd here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you can't be here, you can watch it live on Pluto TV in the United Kingdom and across the world. So let's get to game 11 then, shall we? And it's a meeting between Jason Heaver and David Evans. For Jason, an opportunity to move on to 6 points for the day. For David Evans, a first opportunity to get points on this Monday morning.
It's Jason to throw first.
It's not been a day that has gone to plan whatsoever for Stretch. But for Jason Heaver, okay, be a little bit disappointed with the way things let slip against Richie Burnett. Missed darts to go 3-1 up, but I think overall he's going to be really pleased with the way he's played so far today.
Oh, for sure. These were two players that came in here with question marks over them, wasn't they, in regards to where their form line is right now. But Jason Heaver certainly has settled very well into the task. Very dangerous player in his time on the Pro Tour. Did reach the World Championship, did reach the Players' Championship finals, which means he wasn't just on the tour. He wasn't just part of the 1-2-8, he was part of the top half of the 1-2-8, the high-performing side. Got the experience in those big major events. And then the events that if you want to keep your card, you need to be getting in on a regular basis or picking up a good couple of results when you get there.
Yeah, year one gave him a fighter's chance, but was unable to keep it after a couple of years' worth of play. For David Evans, that was kind of a similar story in terms of how his career in the PDC went. Decent enough year one, got to the World, but was unable to then make ends meet in year two. And has been here for each of the last 3 seasons.
$41. Jason, you require 120.
Heaver here looking at 120 to open up a 1-0 lead. Treble leads tops. Treble found, double top. Would have given him a 1-0 lead, and so Evans will come back looking at 80 for the break. Double top, has to shuffle across. But cannot fire home the target, and so Heaver will come back here, look at a double 10.
If there was something you could put down that defeat to Richie Burnett to, it was a couple of missed opportunities, wasn't it, on the doubles? And
game shot of first leg.
Same
David
story
Evans.
here. Jason Heaver makes a mistake at the back end of legs, and David Evans on this occasion steps in.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And knowing David, as we do, he will be disappointed with the way today's gone. He always comes here with a real expectation and a real belief that he can go really far in the competition.
85.
Four times a semi-finalist in this particular competition, without then making it through to the jackpot match.
$60.
His last semi-final came in Series 8, a week which was won by
58.
Paul Hogan. Lost out in Series 7 in the semi-finals, a week which was won by Andreas Harrison. That was the series he'd go on to win. Then in Series 6, lost out in the semi-finals to
55.
a week which was won by Scott Taylor. He would go on to win that particular season. Then his first semi-final defeat came in a week which was won by Danny Lorby, the first week of Series 4. That now the best part of a couple of years ago.
$85. David, you require 164.
He's got 6 darts here for 164 to double his advantage in the contest. Another one of them leaves the bullseye if he wants to go for the bullseye. But the way he's been setting things up today, don't expect him to go for it.
124.
He'll leave himself on tops, keeping things measured.
Didn't even consider it, did he? As he has played that play all day today, and there's one thing about the play in this game, it's significantly better than anything we've seen so far from David Evans.
40.
Looking to end his Monday with a bit of positivity.
On the second leg, David Evans.
16 darter there for David Evans to confirm the breaker throw. And, well, when we look at his performances so far, averages
Game on.
81, 78 and 77. Significantly lower than anything we'd normally expect from David.
139.
Here, just shy of 94. A lot more like the A game of stretch.
I do think it's also fair to say that going into this week, maybe we weren't quite sure where David Evans was. You look at the beginning of his Challenge Tour season, it's been a little bit up, a little bit down, not quite had the results that maybe he would want. Has played a number of Super Series players to differing success. Lost to Charlie Martin in Event 2. Beat a certain Scott Mitchell in another game of darts. Beat Sam Spivey. Lost to Sam Spivey, a.k.a. Spivey Man. Lost to Chaz Barstows. Lost to Tom Sykes. He's lost to David Pallett.
134.
As well on that particular tour. But did pick up a win against Danny Van Trypen, the last Challenge Tour event he played. But in terms of his best result this season, well, he hasn't gone beyond the last 64 in an event, which in the past, when we've looked at David Evans, we've seen him as somebody on that particular circuit as somebody that should be very, very competitive.
93. Jason, you require 110.
Triple 18 leads the double for another big checkout.
92. David, you require 114.
Can Evans find his second free figure out? He's missed a big number and he may well pay the price for it.
Not for the first time today, he's done that as well.
Jason, you require 18.
But this can get a little bit tricky over here. For this exact reason, just be the one dart. Should he find the big number?
$16. David, you require 40.
Didn't work out there for Jason Heaver.
Game shot on the third
Well,
leg.
certainly
David
nailing his colours to the Masters. Evans gets the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead in this contest, averaging 93-94. That a 16 darter. Well, they're all 16 darters so far. As you can see, David changing his flights from his first few games to now. A clear all-in-one combination.
100.
David did actually, in his practice darts, miss double 12 for a 9 darter. And we saw in the Premier League, didn't we, on Thursday, Stephen Bunting with his practice darts nail a 9, and he'd go on to win that night in Berlin. And many congratulations to Stephen for picking up
100.
the Elton Safety Shoes International Darts Open title at the weekend. Defeated Nathan Aspinall 8-5 in that final to lift his second trophy in 4 days, having won the aforementioned Premier League night in Berlin. 11 years, pretty much to the day of his European Tour debut. Bunting breaks into the top 4 of the PDC Order of Merit for the first time in his career. victories on Sunday against Cameron Menzies 6-4, Karol Sedlacek 6-2, Luke Humphreys 7-6 and 8-5 in the final
58.
against Nathan Aspinall, who beat the defending champion Martin Schindler in the semis.
$139.
Leaving himself on 62 to get a leg back on the boys. Missed 7 darts at a double so far in this game. And if he misses a few more, he might be in trouble. As David Evans gives us a little bit of a show. Gives us a no-look 180. But it's not going to pin up to win in the leg as Jason Heaver finds that double 16 last dart. And that'll wipe the smirk off of David's face.
It's Jason to throw first. Game on.
Has been a day of comeback so far.
140.
Heaver came back from 3-1 behind to beat Steve Beaton 4-3 in his opening game.
134. $100. $100.
I feel David Evans needs to get this job done soon because Jason Heaver's getting stronger in the back end of this game.
45.
That could be the opportunity. He wanted to get downstairs there, didn't like the light. Now he can.
60.
Persistent. Stubborn, in fact, there for David Evans. You could see after the first dart, he was looking down, wanting to switch. Didn't want to take the gamble of having to hit the treble with the second dart.
140.
And it's certainly opening up opportunities here for Jason Heaver, who's left himself on 76 here after a dozen darts. But he may have to take out the 76 because David Evans with that 2 treble turn has left himself in a similar suit. And so this to bring it back to 3-2. 2 darts in his hand, a double 8. 14 darter, quality riposte from Jason Heaver. This has been a good game. 3 16 darters from David Evans, Heaver the 14 there.
Flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
One thing you can't deny this group from being today has been very, very competitive. Apart from those couple of 4-0s early on in the session, most of the games have been fairly tight.
108.
This is attainably good from Jason Heaver. Average of 93. And it feels like he could play at that level for a while.
And he has over the years, hasn't he, Jason Heaver? Certainly got a very good level of consistency. Now finding a touch of quality when he needs it the most. 3-0 down in this one, and now
100.
in a good position to level us up. And if he does so, he'll have the darts in the last leg.
$91.
So Evans 210. But Heaver's kind of taken the darts here. He's definitely taken the darts now. And he's going to have a look at 81 when he comes back. And this could be for a potential 4-visit leg. Best of the match so far. May have to be a 4-visit leg.
100.
Because David Evans,
Jason, you
with
require
a bit of dead cattery, has hit a 180 to leave himself in double 15. It's going to be one at the outer ring, and it's going to be one at double 13.
68.
It's not got, so the game could be gone. David Evans left it on the back of the max. And as a result, he's going to have to go across for double 13. Which one die in hand may not be too bad. It's straight down the centre of the board, 17. But he pulls it inside. And both players left on 13.
Unlucky for some. This is just David Evans playing the day where he's yet to pick up a
Nine.
victory. He's got another opportunity.
David, you require 13.
You feel it's now or never. Last leg decider would be a big favourite to Jason Heaver.
He's had 10 darts that have gone a begging in this match of the double. And
Yes,
David
sir.
Evans
On the
picks
match,
the pieces
David
up
Evans.
to seal a 4-2 success against Jason Heaver. 94 average, decent quality contest. Both players averaging in excess of 90. He puts his finger up to say, 1. I'm on the board. And that is how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Coming up after the break, it's the beginning of, it's Conor Heenahan taking on Richie Burnett in game 12. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. Before the break, we saw Game 11 come to a close with David Evans getting the better of Jason Heaver by 4-2. Our 12th game of the session is a meeting between Conor Heenahan and Richie Burnett. Heenahan, who, if you have just joined us, has hit a 9-darter today, but he went on to lose that game against Jason Heaver by 4-2. He's only got the solitary win, which came in his first match, 4-0 against Lucas Wachowski. Whilst for Richie Burnett, well, he's been entertaining us both on and off the hockey. Unbeaten so far, 3 wins from 3. But he'll still feel like He has got gears
First
to
leg,
go.
it's Connor to throw first.
Hasn't played at his
Game up.
tip-top best, but it's been enough to get the better of the rest. Up against Conor Heenahan, who, yes, has had the 9, but if we're going to be brutally honest, Matt, hasn't really shown too much other than that.
95.
No, and do you know, this group, when you look at it on paper, you think, what a great group this is going to be. It's only when you start then looking into what they've done throughout 2025, how they've performed at
26.
Q School, how their seasons have started on the Challenge Tour, that you actually start to look at it and go, well, this could be quite an underperforming group because they've not
59.
really produced their best or what we know they're capable of throughout 2025 so far. And then we get to the point of getting to the Oki.
90.
And we've seen some real good flashes, some real good moments from the players. I think the one who's probably the most disheartened right now would be Steve Beaton. Averages of 93, 91, 100 and 95. His daily average would be roughly around about that 95 sort of mark.
134.
Yeah, he's won 2 games.
And let's be honest, there's a lot of groups in this series, a lot of Group 8 in this series, where
95.
if he performed to those types of numbers, he's probably winning 5 out of 5. It's just the way that the luck of the draw has just panned out for the bronzed Adonis today. He can hand off to a decent start, leaving himself 112 after just a dozen darts. Burnett with that 140 leads himself on the Nelson.
112.
He's wide of the 5. Trouble 19, though, gives himself a recovery dart. The bullseye, which
68.
is offline, off length.
Richie require 111.
And it gives Burnett an opportunity to steal the throw if he can find this 111. Triple 17. Would have given him a dart at tops, not to be, and so Heenahan is back for the 44.
51. Connie require 44.
The Acapulco way. 4 tops.
On the first
And
leg,
Heenahan
Conor
is 1
Heenahan.
up.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $140.
I always like to have a bit of a prediction game at this stage, Henry, and what do
85.
you think it's going to be in regards to the amount of points to win this Group A?
100.
I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit lower this week. Last week it was 26 points, Jimmy Van Ski. I'm thinking 24, potentially 22. We have very good leg difference.
Yeah, I'm swaying more the side of
135.
22 because I think there's going to be a lot of players this week that are going to have peaks and troughs. Burnett's getting the points, but he's not playing to the type of level
29.
that we kind of become so accustomed to seeing from him. Steve Beaton cannot keep playing like this and not get points. Jason Heaver's playing a steady enough standard that he should keep picking up points and churning the points up as the day goes along.
140.
And I don't know if I expect this version of Conor Heenahan tomorrow Wednesday. I think, if the truth be told, I think we're going to come out today with more answers than we have questions.
140. Conor, you require 141.
Well, he's already taken this out once today. But he's not going to do it twice. And also, it's a bit boring when you do it for 12,
Richie
isn't it?
require 92.
Well, these are the sort of shots Richie Burnett's been polishing off today. These nice little combination finishes.
Game shot on his second leg.
Continues
Richie
to do
Burnett.
so. Nice little check out there for Richie Burnett. Add that to the box of combination
Third
finishes
leg,
today.
it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Levels, you devils, one apiece in this match.
140.
Heenahan with a 140 start at the beginning of leg 3.
81. $95.
Games have gone at a fairly decent pace over the course of the session.
100.
Been a fair bit of quality. Just having a look at some of the numbers punched in. A lot of averages beginning with 9 over the course of the day. A few over the ton mark. Jason Heaven, Steve Beaton with ton-topping averages so far today. And look what Heenahan's left
60.
again.
Connor, you require 141.
Well, the first time was so nice.
Yeah,
He just
he's on
had
the
to do
third
it
leg.
twice.
Connor
And
Heenahan.
there was a little smirk on the face of the Irishman there. The checkout which gave him the 9 darts
Fourth
early on
leg
today
is
is a
Richie to
checkout which
throw
has given him a
first.
2-1 lead.
Game on.
1-4-1 twice for Connor Heenahan.
$140. $140.
Warming up nicely now.
He
Richie Burnett finds his 5th maximum of the day.
Well, the numbers have been really good to post. Connor Heenahan
140.
averaging here in excess of 111. Richie Burnett 100.2.
$140.
Well, you said we've had some good contests today. This may well be the best of the lot so far.
Carrying each other along, aren't they? Going along at a good pace this one.
140.
Connor
Richie
Heenahan, a
require
hat-trick of
41.
140s, and he may not get a go.
$9.
Well, that pierced out the 777. You can see the puncture mark and you can see the disbelief
Connor, you
on
require
the face of Richie
81.
Burnett. And so Heenahan, off the back of a really good scoring leg, is going to get a look at the 81. He's going to get a dart at the bull,
39.
but not for the first time today.
Richie
A dart
require
at the
32.
centre target of the board has gone a long way adrift.
$16.
But he's going to get a reprieve because Burnett
Connor,
has
you
missed 3
require
more.
42.
Double 16 for Heenahan. Double
Yeah, he's on
16
the
is
fourth
found
leg.
for
Connor
14
Heenahan.
darter and a 3-1 lead. And Richie Burnett knows that an opportunity may have passed him by.
5th leg, it's Connor to throw first.
And he could be on the cusp
Game on.
of a first defeat of the day.
$60.
Still not calmed down yet, has he, Richie Burnett?
Still contemplating his thoughts is Richie Burnett.
I think he might be rather
100.
expressing them as well.
Well, put it this way, his next match is against Steve Beaton in the Antithesis Derby.
140. $6.
Matthew Edgar heads onto his search engine and looks up the word antithesis.
I was going to until I realised I can't spell it.
59.
So I swiftly abandoned ship on that one.
43.
Antithesis, by definition of the English dictionary, is a person or thing that is the direct of someone or something else.
140.
A contrast or opposition between two things, and a rhetorical or literary device in which an opposition or contrast of ideas is expressed.
134. Connor, you require
So opposite,
102.
basically.
Yes. For the match. Heenahan's already had the 1-4-1 in this game, so he's going to have a second ton topper to round things off. Double 16
86.
is just on the
Richie
inside.
require 164.
Big ask for Richie Burnett if he's going to stay in this game. Needs a perfect visit. It's a perfect start. The perfect continuation.
139.
But not quite the perfect ending, and he
Connor, you
fancied that
require
bullseye when the
16.
dart left the hand. But it's Conor Heenahan with 3 darts in his hand at double 8 to complete a 4-1 victory, to put a cap on what has been a tremendous display.
Game
What a
shot
performance
and
from
a
Conor
match.
Heenahan.
Conor Heenahan.
He has finally arrived at the live lounge stage, and for Richie Burnett, red light spells danger. 101.63 the average for Conor Heenahan. His best performance of the day. For Richie Burnett, well, work to do ahead of his final match against Steve Beaton. But for Conor Heenahan, what a performance. 101.63 average, 4 for 9 on the doubles, including that 1-4-1 checkout. Coming up after the break, it's Jason Heaver against Lucas Lukoski.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are 4 rounds down on this Monday morning, and this is what we have seen going into the final 3 games of the day. Before the break, Conor Heenahan with an average of 101.63 got the better Richie Burnett 4-1. There was also victories for David Evans and Lukas Luklowski in round number 4. And this is how the table looks going into the final match of the day. Everybody now has dropped a match. Richie Burnett is the player at the top of the pile. 3 wins from his 4 matches. Steve Beaton will probably be scratching his head as to how he isn't the top player in the group with some of the darts he's played. As to maybe Jason Heaver, how he's on 4 points and negative legs difference the way that he's played so far. But one thing we're learning from this group is things are very, very tight indeed. 4 points from top to toe. And we're going to kick off the final round of fixtures with a meeting between the 2 ADC qualifiers this week. Jason Heaver
First
qualifying.
leg, it's Jason to throw first.
Through
Game on.
ADC in the UK. On his way through the ADC Vault Series 8 qualifiers. Some decent players came through that particular qualification route. We saw Martin Biggs last week. Ryan Branley came through that qualification system. Ultimate Dyer played early on in the series. Luke Smith played early on in the series. Paul Dawson, who plays later on this week, came through that qualification system. Richard McKee. And a player who's playing at Champions Week.
100.
Would you like to have a guess? I take it you don't want to guess. Sam Spivey.
100.
I think that's the first time you've mentioned Sam Spivey in the near week I've now been in Portsmouth that you haven't followed it up with AKA Spivey Man.
140.
It's better than Seaside Sam.
I don't think that's your choice to make, though, Henry.
108.
I think he may get a bit of input on this one.
I think he'll probably want me to shut up on this one.
100.
Sam, it is all in jest, pal, I promise.
That 180 there for Lucas was the first one he's hit here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
It's another
54.
token for the day.
Jason, you require 101.
Heaver looking at 101 to take out the opening leg. In fact, he's the only player not to have taken out a ton plus finish so far today.
77.
And if you found that double
Lucas
12,
require
well, we would have
112.
completed the post-it note of ton plus finishes of every single player. Has to find a way across here. Either back for double 12
Jason, you require 24.
to take out the opening leg. Now double 6. In the double 6, and Jason Heaver is into a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Lucas to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's waited all day for AMAX, and just like London buses, 2 come along at once. And that's the 30th 180 that we've had today.
140.
Perhaps unsurprising on a day where we've had 9 dart finishes. I said it plural for a reason.
Said at the start of the day when we was
140.
casting our eye over the runners and riders for this week, I says Lucas is far better than the biggest outsider at 28 to 1. I think he's got a lot more quality than the odds compilers gave him respect for. Do you think that was a fair assessment now, Henry, after seeing him play for a day?
I think he's going to slash in price. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt. I did feel, and I think we had this discussion off air this morning, that the
59.
odds that the bookies have put out, I'm just not sure about. There's a few players that I think's a little bit skinny in price. I think there's a few that's a little bit fat in price.
45.
I get Beaton being favourite, but I think there's 1 or 2 players I look at. I look at what they've been quoted at, and I'm not sure. Has got options here with Jason not on a finish. Which is why he moved across to the 20s.
75.
In fact, Lucas to win this group at the beginning of the day was 16-1. They laid a lot of money on Steve Beaton to the bookies, 11-8.
168.
Before the day
Lucas,
began
you
to win
require
this.
47.
This is where Lucas has been so strong. The doubling, especially on tops. A rare miss.
37.
A rare missed
Jason, you
opportunity.
require 8.
So Heaver looking at double 4, now down for double 2. Madhouse. There was a little bit of
No
a
score.
shake of the head, wasn't there,
Lucas, you
thinking, why am I
require 10.
heading here? And he may well be heading back onto level terms in a couple of moments' time if Lucas can find double 5. It's the baseman that is double 2
Game shot on the
to level
second
this
leg.
contest
Lucas
up at 1
Vaswowski.
apiece.
Third leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on. $55. $96.
Well, that treble could be clicked into gear for Jason Heaver. Oh, that's unlucky.
120.
Desperately unlucky. Incidentally, would you like to know some of the qualifiers to come for the next series from the Vault series, Matt?
140.
absolutely.
Well, to come soon, Stephen Johnston. We've already seen Robbie Long. Will Beaton will be here. Daniel Ayres, Jordan Matthews. Thomas Banks is allowed one more invite as an
85.
ADC qualifier. Hopefully we'll see him before too long. Brandon Walsh and Bradley O'Connor. Look forward to seeing all of you here. I think a lot of those players will be participating in the next cycle of the Super Series or some point around that
95.
particular moment in time. So we look forward to watching all of you in action. And of course, if you head to the ADC Vault Series, you fancy your chances as a decent player, you get through the
41.
qualification process,
Lucas, you
you
require
can be here
170.
yourself. Literally, there's an opportunity for any player in the world to play on this stage as long as you're good enough. Even an opportunity for you to play, Matt, potentially.
96.
Well, how would that work? Because you said it there. You said if you're good enough.
Well, you beat Lucas in Hungary. You must be good
60.
enough.
Lucas, you
My
require
darts haven't been out of the
74.
case for nearly 3 months.
Look what you've done, Lucas. You forced Matt into retirement. And that was after a defeat. Double top.
Game shot on the first
He,
leg.
on that
Lucas
target,
Vaswowski.
has been dynamite today.
Fourth flag, it's Lucas to throw first. Game on.
I can only think of a couple of occasions he's actually missed tops.
Well, one of them was in the last leg, wasn't it? And other than that, I can't think of another example.
Well, put it this way, I can't think of an example where it's really cost him a miss on that target.
99. $140. $46. $45.
Just a couple of games still to go at the conclusion of this one. Richie Burnett takes on Steve Beaton. David Evans take on Connor Heenahan. I think one thing we've learnt though from
121.
the cycle of fixtures, even though they're not completed yet, I think it's safe to say this assessment is going to be carried on regardless of what happens in these last couple of games, that this is a group that will be decided
140.
late.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have one of those damp squib Wednesdays where the table has decided with a long time to go. You kind of know what's happening in Group B. There's a potential that every single conceivable scenario could be up in the offing going into the final few rounds, possibly winning the group, possibly who gets into Group B. And we could have one of those
58.
Thornton
Lucas require
Cox-esque
135.
weeks where someone could go top and go fourth in the space of a couple of seconds. He does not like that, because if he finds the treble, what route has he got towards the bullseye? Well, we'll never know the answer. Heaver back for 118 to level up at 2-2.
63. Jason, you require 118.
And this for the break back. Doesn't have to go treble 20 here. 48 ball is a play if the treble's blocked, but decided to
58.
persevere.
Lucas, you require
He's himself on
72.
60 if Lucas cannot find the 72, which would put him 3-1 in front. And after what was a slow start to the day, there's a possibility here that Lucas could finish on 6 points. And he would more than take that as a daily return.
52.
But he's unable to take
Jason, you
tops and take a
require
3-1
60.
lead. And Heaver's got the chance here to break back. 2 darts in his hand at double top.
20.
Which is not taken. And so Lucas
you require
will have
20.
3 more in his hand at double 10 to open up a 3-1 lead, and would force Heaver to save his throw in the next to save the match.
Game shot on the
And it
fourth
goes,
flag.
and there is a
Lucas
cushion.
Vacławski.
For Lucas as he opens up a 3-1 advantage.
Fifth flag. It's Jason to throw first. Game on. $120.
Again, another one of those bounce outs which has kind of come between 2 darts for Jason Heaver. And he finds himself in all sorts of bobbing out. 3-1 behind
40.
against Lucas, who has improved as the day's gone along. It was a very, very shaky start, a nervy start for the pole in a 4-0 defeat to Connor Heenahan, in which he didn't even have a dart at a double.
140.
But what we have seen since has been fairly attainable. And the last couple of games, he's gone up through the levels. He's found another gear in comparison to his opening couple of efforts.
77.
He's going to be a danger, whatever happens to him after Group A.
45.
Growing into it, isn't it? Getting better game on game. Kind of the assessment, kind of what we thought or was expecting to happen.
60.
He'll be delighted with how the day's gone when he looks back at it at the end.
100.
Heaver mounting a mini comeback charge. Has already come back from this position to win today. Did so against Steve Beaton in the opening match.
59. Jason, you require 96.
He's back now looking at 96. Not to be, but he has got plenty of time on his side. 81 left. Let's look at treble 15 to leave double 18.
40. $61. Jason, you require 56.
And still plenty of time from this 56. Double top. to bring it back to 3-2. He's got a beautiful guide there. Surely he nestles that
36.
in off, but it drags low, drops low.
One
57.
from
Jason,
10
you
now
require
on the
20.
doubles in this game, Jason Heaver. The problem is very evident and easy to find.
On the 5th leg, Jason Heaver.
That reaction tells you all you need to know. He's a player that's also very well aware of where the problem lies. A little bit of frustration there.
6th leg,
He's
it's
still in
Lucas
this
to
one.
throw first. Game
He'll be
on.
eyeing this one up as the leg. He needs the big one in.
Well, you mention it so often that the position Jason Heaver is in, even though you never want to be 3-1 behind in the match, he's 3-1 behind, it leads in the right way, and the fact that he only needs to break once and then go and win the match.
45.
And against a player on debut here, yes, Jason Heaver's here on debut as well. However, a much more experienced debutant.
140.
Heaver very much beginning to mount the comeback charge, and I suppose the big question now is how much has Lucas
40.
McCloskey got in the tank? Has to go down.
59.
That was awful. That second dart. That was kept loose.
$140.
That second dart there was like a TV remote towards the edge of the sofa. You were just waiting for it to fall.
83.
Not that you need to change your TV remote if you're watching us here on Pluto TV, because there's plenty of darting content for you once the live darts has been completed.
59.
Tungsten Talk series will resume with a chat with Mervyn King. We'll also have bonus features such as on the Oki. You'll also be able to look back at some classic matches here as we delve through our archive and we bring you some
83.
top quality darts from both the Modus Super Series and the ADC competitions, including the Global Championship, where you'll be able to watch some classic games from there as well. That'll be back in December.
57.
£150,000,
Jason, you
60
require
grand to the winner of that particular
136.
competition. And for Jason Heaver, that's a realistic ambition for him this year, because the players that finish top of their regional orders of merit come the end of the season,
100.
well, they'll get
Lucas,
an
you
automatic
require
pass into the
160.
tournament. For Lucas, he's looking at 160 to win 4-2. It's not to be on this occasion, and so Heaver will come back looking at 36 to take us all the way
100.
to
Jason, you
a
require
last leg
36.
decider. And it does feel like two things are happening here.
Sean is
Jason
sixth leg.
Heaver's just
Jason
beginning to
Heaver.
put his foot on the throttle, just as Lucas McCloskey is just beginning to tail off the gas a little bit.
7th and final leg. It's Jason to throw
Very
first.
fair assessment.
Game on.
One's on the ascendancy, one's on the decline.
$95.
So a last leg
59.
of both Jason Heaver's and Lucas McCloskey's debut day here at the Modus Super Series. I think both will be pleased overall with the way things have gone.
100.
I think they would have felt like they've put in decent accounts of themselves. But who's going to account for the final couple of points of their day? And at the moment, the answer feels like more and more as this game goes on that it's going to be Jason Heaver.
100.
But that is a big last dart find for Lucas McCloskey.
Well, he didn't start the more conventional way there on the 306, but he's come off there with a perfect visit. What a time to find your first maximum of the game.
I suppose not too much damage would have been done anyway because McCloskey was on 3-4-2, so even a maximum would have left him on a finish there. So 6 darts here for Jason here, possibly more than that to win the match, and he's going to need that full quota.
What difference a visit makes out? 180.
24.
Followed by 24. But again, Lucas a long way back, needs at least a 140 just to get to a finish.
Dart 1 was sat nicely for that to be the case. And he's managed to find said 140, and now there is pressure on this 102. To finish his day with a ton plus checkout. It's going to be a dart at double 16.
70.
It doesn't go.
Lucas
Hang on to your hats.
57.
This would be some 6-dart conversion, wouldn't it, from Lucas? It's not on. He now needs to survive. Match darts, match opportunities for Jason Heaver. For Jason Heaver to make a bit of a recovery here from his day.
57. Jason, you require 32.
So double 16 to complete a 4-3 win and to complete the turnaround. Double 8.
Game shot and the
Seals a
match.
4-3
Jason
success for the former tour card holder against the Polish debutant Lukas McCloskey. He mops the brow. It's been a day of hard work, a day of graft really for Jason Heaver, but he's got 6 points out of it and he'll be very pleased with that. Next up, it's a repeat of a former world final as Richard Burnett plays Steve Beaton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jason Heaver got the better of Lucas Mikulski by 4 legs to 3. That rounds off their day. The final match of Richie Burnett and Steve Beaton's session is going to be a repeat of the 1996 BDO World Championship final at the Lakeside Country Club in Frimley Green. Almost 30 years on from playing in the biggest event in the sport. They go toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And how things have changed between now and then, but some things, well, they don't change, do they? Queen Elizabeth II was the monarch. John Major was the Prime Minister. Dolly the Sheep was born.
60.
What? Manchester United won the Premier League and FA Cup.
140.
Euro 96 took place. England would get to the semi-finals before losing to Germany on penalties in the infamous Gareth Southgate penalty kick. Ford launched the KA City car.
59.
BBC One aired The Simpsons for the very first time.
$43. 60.
But Donny the Sheep was born, yeah?
I think that's the thing that we're going to take from that more than anything. Basically, what I'm trying to say is life in Britain was very different back then. UK's Eurovision Song Contest was ooh ah just a little bit. Spice Girls and Oasis were grappling it out in the charts. Wannabe was top of the charts.
And I remember going to school with a pen. There had a little football on top of it. It was a Euro 96 promotional pen.
85. Steve
Brilliant
require
pen,
119.
Might have to get one on eBay.
Double top.
89. Richie requires 78.
$20 for Tots or Burnett. Tots it is. And Tots a 1-0 lead. And the 1995 world champion leads the 1996 world champion.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And now he's literally picking holes with the set.
140.
Leicestershire won the county championship that year.
$95.
Jacques Villeneuve won the British Grand Prix. And also in 1996 was the infamous return of Only Fools and Horses over the Christmas specials, peaked at over 20 million viewers.
97.
It was also the year where Coronation Street marked its 4,000th episode. But yeah, that Only Fools and Horse show, Time on Our Hands, drew in an audience of 24.35 million viewers. It was the second biggest TV event of the decade, behind the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. Well, Beaton is left 32 after 12. Burnett looking at 129 to open up a 2-0 lead. What's it they say about form being temporary and class being permanent? And one thing that's permanent with Richie Burnett is he will wear his heart on his sleeve. And he'll probably forget that his heart is on his sleeve. And even Steve Beaton, who's probably seen it all with him before, looked on inquisitively.
93. Steve requires.
Both players here playing really well. Beaton average 104. And that 13 data levels the contest up at 1 apiece.
Every performance from Steve Beaton's been strong today. Just showing 94, 91, 100. just shy of 96, and once again over the 100. 104 at the moment for Steve Beaton. He will wonder
60.
when he goes back to his accommodation this evening, how has he lost any game today? If he continues to play in this form, you'd imagine he'll be booking himself into Champions Week and would be a very welcome addition.
Well, if any of these two qualified, then Champions Week reaches another echelon of magnificence.
100.
We've already got a big legendary name in Devon Peterson through to Champions Week.
45.
Also got Mervyn King there as well. But also, we talk about people that won world titles at the Lakeside. Shane McGurk is there, the defending Lakeside champion.
121.
There was once a little feature I wanted to do where
120.
we took Kevin Painter and we put him into like normal roles, like within society, where like he'd be a shopkeeper for the day and things like that. Because I can imagine that'd be comedy gold.
83.
Imagine Richie Burnett doing that.
To be honest, Richie Burnett doing anything is worth the entertainment value. I would pay to watch him walk down the street.
Richie require 137.
He'd happily charge you for that as well, I'm sure.
Well, Burnett's already had the 135 and the 101 today. Is he going to add the 137 to the mix? He will if he can find double 10.
170.
Not to be, and so Beaton here is back for the break.
Requires 60.
Previous leg he managed to hold in 13 darts,
Game
and he
shot
manages
the
to break
third
there
leg,
in
Steve
14.
Beaton.
2-1 Beaton.
Fourth flag, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $59.
A hop, a skip, and a kick. And that is Richie Burnett's second max of the match.
Those players averaging over 100 now.
55.
Richie Burnett bumping his into the three figures. This is everything we expected this game to be. High quality.
Well, incredibly, this is the 6th meeting between the pair this year across all competitions. They've met 4 times at the Super Series. Those meetings are split 2 apiece. But Steve Beaton did get the better of Richie at the World Seniors Championship. A 3-0 victory in sets for Steve, average of 86.93 in the quarter-finals of that tournament. He'd then go on to lose in the next round, the semi-finals, to the eventual champion Ross Montgomery 3-1.
140.
But that
Richie
contest was
require
nowhere
100.
near as good as this one. Burnett averaging in excess of 102. Was on for potential 11 darter, but that straight into the one means he can't finish at all. And now he's gone from hitting everything to hitting nothing. And his face, a palpable
62.
sense of frustration as he frails his arms into the air. Beaton looking to save his throw, looking to find the 147. But he cannot find the double 18.
Richie require 38.
So 6 for double 16.
6.
Not to be, and Beaton now's got 3 in hand
Require
to
36.
confirm the break with a hold here.
Game shot on
And
the
in it
fourth
goes.
flag, Steve Beaton.
And Steve Beaton has a 3-1 lead against the dejected-looking Richie Burnett.
Fifth flag, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
If you don't laugh, Richie, you're going to cry. And even Steve Beaton's trying his best not to crack a smile amidst the shambles that's happening around him.
Do you know what Richie Burnett was just sort of
41.
the expressions have reminded me? Do you know when like you're walking along, then you see the bus, and then you run to the bus as fast as you can.
60.
You don't quite get there in time, and you just see it pulling off, and then it starts to rain. That was the expression there that Richie Burnett just gave us.
Were you listening to Alanis Morissette this
83.
morning?
And that was on her wedding day, wasn't it?
Just don't win the lottery.
140. $60.
Steve Beaton looking to get the job done.
140.
And he's on course here for his second ton plus average of the day. It would be the fourth of this Group A campaign so
41.
far here on
Steve
day
require
one.
161.
And the margin of which he's won by, it actually put him to the top of the group. And he's got 6 starts from here to do exactly
97.
that. And it would feel appropriate if Steve Beaton was the player that was top of the table overnight when you consider the performances he's put in.
It'd feel right, wouldn't it?
100. Steve requires
Maybe
64.
the case in 64 points.
Double 8.
48.
Both very close to the wire, not to be. The average nose dives below the ton mark. Not that he'll care too much. He'll be happy the way he's played today. May feel like the points
100.
return
Steve
could have been a little bit
requires
more
16.
healthier. But if he can finish on 6 and he can finish top of the pile, he's got room to manoeuvre on Tuesday and Wednesday. But he's got to find double 2. He
Get
does
shot
find
and
double
the
2.
match. Steve
Last start
Beaton.
in hand. And Steve Beaton will finish day 1 as the leading candidate in this Group A. For Richie Burnett, he won his first 3, lost his last 2. And these two could not be more contrasting opposites. But I can tell you now, those two opposites very much attract. Beaton, a 4-1 winner against Richie Burnett. He's top of the table. Our final game is a meeting between David Evans and Conor Heenahan. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final game of the day is upon us. It's a meeting between David Evans and Conor Heenahan. Before the break, Steve Beaton ensured that he was going to end the day top of the table with a 4-1 success against Richie Burnett. A quality encounter and a repeat of the 1996 World Championship final. Beaton with an average of 96.43, 4 from 11 on his doubles.
60.
But for David Evans, an opportunity to claw himself back into the mix if he can get a win here against Conor Heenahan. And if that is to be the case, then the top 3 players would all be on 6 points in this group, and the bottom 3 players would all be on 4 points in the group. We thought this could be a very tight Group A, and after the first day's worth of play, Matthew Regger, that looks like it's going to be the case.
I think it may be the case after day 2 as well. I think there's going to be a lot of twists and turns throughout this Group A, which is ultimately going to make it very entertaining. 3 ton plus averages, a 9 darter, 8 ton plus checkouts, and a load of 180s. Topped at the moment by Steve Beaton and Jason Heaver, both with 8. But David Evans looking to play a part in that. That is his 7th maximum of the day and his 2nd in this game. It's amazing what a win can do.
96.
Leaves himself an 8-1 after 9. Potential 11 darter here to kick things off. As he glance over to the scoreboard, head along to treble 10 to give himself a darter double 16.
65.
He's on the inside, but he will return for 3 more at double 8.
$91. David, you require 16.
To strike the first blow, David Evans finds double 8 and kicks the game off with a 13 dart leg.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on. $100. $100. $78. $60. $119.
Couple of interesting characters coming up in Group B and Group C this week as well, isn't they? We're having a look at Paul Dalton, who's going to be joining us from Wales, coming in the Group C campaign. Looks to be an interesting player, could cause quite a couple of problems. David Pallett's joining us in Group B. We know what he's been up to recently. It was the player who opened the door for Adam Lipscomb to get to the BDC Pro Tour and has picked up a doing F title, a silver ranked event early on this year in Romania.
57. Conor, you require.
Put it this way, if I was Adam Lipscomb, I'd be taking David Pallett out for dinner and paying for it.
79.
Remind me to get in your good books.
Italian, Thursday night.
82. Conor, you require.
Viva la lasagna.
Cannot beat a good lasagna. But you also cannot beat a good win to end the day.
No score.
Conor Heenahan has missed 3 darts at top to level this game up at 1 apiece, and so Evans is going to come back for the break here. Looking at 102. May stay there because the guy for the treble was sumptuous. It's double 11. Straight down the barrel and straight into the double. And David Evans opens up a 2-love lead in this contest. He's got the break of throw from Hino.
Throw first. Game on. $96. 140.
That just made a thought trigger in my mind, and you as the Bible and Oracle of everything Super Series. I don't think anyone's hit
42.
2 9-darters in a week, have they? They've been on separate weeks.
Conor Heenan missed double 12 to do that when he did so for a second time, and if he did, it would have been
82.
the first 9-darter on a Saturday night. Ironically, it was the only Saturday night we ever played behind closed doors.
$140.
Playing good old technology for that. Very strange and very eerie that Saturday was.
139.
And the reason my mind wandered there was just because I thought, imagine if he did 2 in a day. It's getting greedy now. This is greedy darts from Conor Heenan.
130.
Just a touch inside on the double 10. But Evans is going to come back here for a 3-0 lead. He swooped in the previous leg to take out the 102. Is he going to swoop in again here?
58.
The bullseye wasn't too far away on the back of the 83. Heenan's been given a warning.
5. David, you require 25.
Evans comes back for 25 for 3-0. It's double 8.
Nine.
It's not there,
you
and Heenan is back
require
for 5 to get the break back.
You feel like you want to make the mistake again, but he's 0 from 7 so far. Make that 8.
Game shot on the
We
third
won't
leg.
make it
Conor
9,
Heenan.
which is a very ironic number when you think about Conor Heenan.
Fourth flag, it's Conor to
Well,
throw
David Evans had
first.
the opportunity
Game
to
on.
potentially stretch this game away from Conor Heenan, no pun intended. But Heenan with the break back returns the game to throw, and suddenly he's an interested party in this contest.
83. $100. $94.
There's a part of me that wonders what will constitute success for Conor Heenan this week. Sure, we will speak to him
59.
at some point over the course of the week that he's with us. Well, I'm sure we're definitely going to hear from him after his 9-dart exploits. But I just wonder what a
100.
successful week will be for him. I just wonder whether, after a quiet few months, whether the parameters will just change a little bit for Hino.
100.
Assuming there's a Republic of Ireland team, you would put him probably in Shane McGurk as the
93.
I try my best to turn my mic on.
So Heenan and McGurk for what, Henry?
100. Conor, you
The Republic of
require
Ireland team.
131.
Bless me.
Well, we know the Scottish team.
Tops, not to beat. Yeah, we know the Scottish team. That's going to be Henderson
91.
and Thornton.
David, you require 142.
Jimmy Van Schie was half leaked as the Dutch team last week. We know Peter
49.
Machui's playing for
Conor, you
Kenya.
require 40.
You'd assume Neil Duff would be the Northern Ireland captain. I think Wales is
Yeah,
open
shot on
for
the full flag.
interpretation.
Conor
You
Heenan.
could pick any two from there.
I'll also leak something else if you
Fifth
want.
flag, it's David to throw first.
Now, this hasn't been
Game on.
authorised, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm not playing on the England team.
134.
Well, that is a shame for the other competing nations? Well, we don't exactly know which nations yet are playing in that. Be interested to see actually which nations are picked. Sure, that'll be revealed in due course. Any wildcard nations you'd like to see?
108.
Sweden, I think, could win it.
Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund. Because obviously Victor's now got a tour card.
133.
That could be a winning pair, that.
$81. David, you require 54.
Tots for a potential 11 dart leg to swing the match back in his favour.
14.
Well, they are two well thrown darts, but unable to find the target. But luckily for him, Conor Heenahan's had an off leg here. He's unable to pounce or punish.
100. David, you require 40.
Tots for Evans.
Game shot of
14
fifth leg.
darter.
David Evans.
And that is a 3-2 lead for Stretch.
Sixth flag. It's Conor to throw first. Game on.
David Evans completes the job here. It would mean that the whole
135.
table is only separated by 2 points.
$60.
Which will make moving day even more intriguing this week. There will be players that perhaps are down in the bottom end of the table that could find themselves right towards the top of the mix come the end, and vice versa. This is such an intriguing week. We build up towards
93.
Champions Week, which gets underway in a fortnight. Bank holiday Monday, the 21st of April, gets underway. Couldn't think of any other way of
100.
enjoying the last of the Easter eggs, feasting on a day of darts. Imagine that, you can have a pyjama day. And you could just sit there,
93.
Easter eggs,
Conor,
watch
you
the
require
darts.
141.
Perfect.
$65.
There may be some more darts to throw in this game. Heenahan looking good. Well, he was.
108.
David Evans fires in his 4th maximum of the game. To put himself within striking range now. Should Conor Heenahan make the slip? 1 dart at tops to go to our last leg shootout. He finds it.
Conor Heenahan.
We go all the way for the final time today.
Keeping his
Seventh
cool
and
in the
final
furnace,
leg. It's
Conor
David to throw
Heenahan.
first. Game on. $41. $96.
All the way to the very last.
What a time this would be to find another one. 5 maximums in this game for David Evans. Is it 5 maximums across the day? Make that 10 now because the 5 is hitting this game. He's ending with a bit of a bang.
140.
Crucial points on the line. Crucial points in the balance.
108.
6 180s. One off the record set by Mark Dudbridge, and obviously he's not going to have time to break that.
95. David,
But
you
this is a
require
potential 11
100.
darter to round things off. In the scoring stakes, it's been 6 of the best. But he hasn't secured 4 points for the
Conor, you
day just
require
yet. But 6 could be the points
170.
tally Conor Heenahan gets if he can find the big fish. The man who's had a 9 darter today. is not going to finish off for the biggest check out of them all.
134. David,
But what pressure's been applied? David Evans has already missed match darts. And he's now chasing double five. Gets double five. And at the end of day one in Group A, we are absolutely none the wiser. 2 points separate all 6 players in this group. And that is courtesy of a 6-max display from David Evans. He beats Conor Heenahan 4-3 as the race for Champions Week, which begins in a fortnight, continues to intensify. Yeah, 2 weeks today, Champions Week gets underway, and you can watch all of the action exclusively live here on Pluto TV. Day 1 of week 11 of Series 10 has come and gone, and what an intriguing day we've had. We've seen 9 darters, we've seen ton plus averages, and we saw 6 180s for David Evans before the break. He got the better of Conor Heenahan by 4 legs to 3, but it really was a story of twists and turns. Steve Beaton lost his first match to a ton plus average against Jason Heaver. Richard Burnett won his first 3 games before losing his last 2. Whilst for Beaton, it was a case of providing his best as the finishing line approached. So those are the results from Monday's action, and this is how the table looks. 2 points separate all 6 players in the group. Steve Beaton has got a magnificent lead in terms of legs difference. He's 9 clear of the rest of the field, and I suppose it tells you how tight things are when 3 players are on 0 legs difference following the first day's play. So Heaver and Burnett also on 6 alongside Beaton. Conor Heenahan, despite the 9 darter, could only pick up 2 wins from the day, whilst David Evans and Lucas Wachowski are both on 4 points following the first day's play. Well, the highlights of Monday's action was Conor Heenahan's 9 dart leg. The first player to hit 3 of them here at the Modus Super Series. Came in leg 4 of his match against Jason Heaver. And if the truth be told, it was a very slow start to the day for the man from the Republic of Ireland. He won his first match, but wasn't really ripping up any trees. But then he just came from out of nowhere, hit back-to-back 180s. And when Conor Heenahan, a player of his pedigree, is on something like this, there is almost an expectation. We've seen this before. Once, twice, 3 times now. Conor Heenahan has hit a 9 dart leg here at the Modus Super Series. You could see the outpouring of emotion, and you could see the respect from Jason Heaver there as well. So for Conor Heenahan, he adds himself to an illustrious list of players to have hit 9 darters. But he's going to be on 4 points at the end of the first day's play. It's going to be Steve Beaton that leads the way going into Tuesday's action. Meanwhile, on Pluto TV, there is plenty coming up over the course of the day. Coming up next is the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series, and that's going to feature around Mervyn King, the highs, the lows, the 2 World Championship final defeats, the Windmill World Masters win against Tony O'Shea in 2004. That is all going to be under the microscope next. Later on, it's the On the Oki series, which features the Whitlocks. We head over to Simon Whitlock's abode to speak to him and Mason about their career, about their life practicing on and off the Oki, and how the father-son relationship grows. Tomorrow, the live action will get back underway from 9:30 to see how the 6 players in this Group A are going to be separated. Steve Beaton, the player, leading the way. And then it all leads to Saturday night, 7:30 p.m. to see who the 11th name through to Champions Week is going to be. And it's going to get underway from 7:30 p.m. live and exclusive here on Pluto TV. So plenty coming up on the menu. We're going to be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. to see how Group A is going to finish. But today was all about Conor Heenahan, who nailed another 9-dart finish. Bye from us. He's done it once, twice, 3 times a 9-darter for Conor Heenahan. The Irishman completes the perfect hat-trick. He really is the man.
Flag. It's Jason to throw first. Game on.
What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George